Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us leave our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Be the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Be the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Be the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Be the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Ayurveda Special.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right in.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, global namaste to all, and happy to have you here once again for a wonderful session, friends. And good to see Rajan Patankar, sir, who was supposed to be a bit late today, but wonderful to see you, sir. And
Hey, I will leave by 8 p.m.
okay, great. So this is another Ayurveda day, and we expect to be more and more interactive, where your queries, your suggestions, your add-ons, will be very, very valuable to make it like more worthwhile and relevant. And then it being a monologue, a one-sided talk where a speaker comes, reads his or her PowerPoint out and leaves, that might not serve that great a purpose. So let's try to be as interactive as we can. And we are not here to like complete some formality or read like 200 slides or, so being interactive will keep it more and more lively. We are waiting for Dr. Amrita, who's the host for today, and I believe she is yet to join. And meanwhile, we can hear from you, Dr. Patankar. Maybe Neil just introduced me to Miss Pallavi from Mysore, who's at the University of Leeds. And Pallavi, Dr. Patankar is a renowned Ayurveda physician from Mumbai. And
Hello.
he's a cornerstone for these webinars. So he's always there with this immense experience. And whenever we have to undergo any discussion, we fall back to him that, okay, sir, please come up with a solution. And then he has it up his sleeves, and it settles many of our issues. And even he can satisfy Nishit. Nishit has got big questions to ask, and Dr. Patankar is there. Yeah, okay, Nishit, by the time we have Amrita, can we have maybe some questions from your side or some like earlier pendences, etc., to make the best of this time?
Global Namaste, Ish. This is Nil Kumar. Just before Nishit speaks, Amrita is host from 1 hour from now. So our session starts now. This is all yours. You are the opening host. Carry on with Rajan, Bhai, and Nishit, and whoever wants to join in. So let's have some nice, simple solutions of Ayurveda. Over to you all. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. Yes, Nishit. How do you suggest?
First of all, can I say a few words?
Yes, sir, please.
To start with, Nishit, is it okay? Yes, okay. Because we all know it's an ancient science, science of life, life of science, etc. But still, deep knowledge is needed to treat the patient or to convince the patient is at most important. Public awareness and about myths and its benefits should be considered while treating any patient or while being in a community. That is the most important. And Ayurveda is as seems to be easy, but should be taught or should be learned in a very deep manner. Because as per Ayurveda, there are n number of criteria while treating patient or while seeing to the patient. For example, in allopathy, sorry to say the word allopathy, but in modern science, when we look to the arthritis, there are only two things, that is rheumatoid arthritis and osteoarthritis. As compared to Ayurveda, that is Amvat and Sandhivat. But Sandhigat Vat is again a different thing as per Ayurvedic text. So, as by Ayurveda is ancient, 5,000 years ago, 5,000 years old, but still there are reforms as per the text written by, first of all, Charakji, then Vagbhat, and then Sushrut. So modifications are there in each text as per the age gone by or as per the climatic conditions or availability of the drugs and the minerals also. That is important. So first of all, These are my, sorry to say points, but sorry to say key points, but points. And while treating arthritis, for example, that is when we look to the any big joint, there is a cuff, and there are vata pitta kapha, as you all know, that is wind, agni, and earth. But in that also, when we look to the any arthritic condition, the avalambak cuff or the lubricant which is acting there as a avalambak cuff, when it becomes less or when it is become more, so we have to differ that also, and as per the treatment also differs. So in Ayurveda, you must be specified while treating patient or while giving him knowledge about the Ayurvedic thoughts. So thank you. Ishji, your comments.
That was wonderful, Dr. Rajan. It's very insightful to see that how Ayurveda has been able to dissect the various problems into even subcategories more than what we have in normal modern medicine here. Very, very interesting. I wanted to ask some questions about Ayurvedic practices, maybe home remedies, something that people can incorporate into their daily lives. So I heard that it is recommended in Ayurveda that you start your day with warm water. What's the benefit of this, and how does this help?
Okay. First of all, I will ask this question, and then Ishji will also take over, and our another panelist will also take it. In my opinion, to drink warm water early in the morning, that is, we called it as a Ushakal, means the timing is in between 4:30 to 5 o'clock. But what happens in big cities, the persons wake up around about 7 o'clock, and at that time, if they take a lukewarm water, that is not beneficial for them. So in my practice, I advise patients to eat something, have 2 or 3 bites, and then take warm water. Because the food which we have taken last night is properly digested. And as per Ayurveda, Agni, and as per allopathy, the liquid they are forming in our stomach. So if we take water empty stomach, that will calm down, or if they are strong, as per the Prakriti, they will come up. So that's why have something to enhance that Agni or that fire, and then take water. This is my practice for last 35 years, and I'm advising patients, and especially of hyperacidity. This should be considered as a prime thought, and without giving a single paisa medicine, the patient can be treated only by this method. So, Ishji, your comments.
No, wonderful, sir. And I do recall one Shantala Pridarshini ji, Professor ji, namaskar to you.
Oh, yes. Namaskar.
You may unmute, please, for a formal welcome.
Now
Wonderful.
namaste.
Namaste. Wonderful seeing you.
Same here.
And then we have your friend Pallavi also joining for the first time.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Rajanji is there.
Shantala ji is from Latvia, correct?
Yes.
Sir.
Oh, yes. We had met him in so many meetings of Ayush Valley or with Madan ji.
Yes. Great. Yes, Nishit, please.
Yes.
So then first of all, your comments.
Okay.
Your comments.
Okay. Yeah. Ayurveda has got a viewpoint given in a couplet in a shloka, which simplifies that at the end of a few events, you have to drink water, buttermilk, and milk. That is Divasante Pivet Payam. That is at the end of the day, you should drink milk. That is at the bedtime. When the day ends, then you should drink some milk. And at the end of the night, That is when you get up, as Rajanji told, you should drink water. And bhojanante cha pibe takam, that is at the end of every meal or with every meal, you should drink buttermilk, a spicy buttermilk. So these are the three liquids which are suggested to be taken. Maybe if I can extend this answer to another concept, Nishit, that is, many people do not know how to drink water with their food, like before, with, or after. This is a very, very crucial concept, which many people err towards this, and they invite bad health. Ayurveda says water is amrit if taken before the meal. It is a medicine if taken with the meal. If during the meal you are sipping some water, it acts like a medicine. That is very healthy. But it acts like a poison if taken at the end of the meal. If you have finished your meal, what happens is, when we have finished our meal, we see, okay, there is some water left in the glass, or we have got a water bottle, disposable. Okay, why not to finish this water and throw the bottle? Oh, why would I be carrying it? For example, many people do it at restaurants. Ayurveda says, now, because this is a consortium of intellectuals, so we can explore further. Maybe Nishit can ask me, what is the difference between taking water during the meal and the same water becomes poison after finishing the meal?
I'm guessing the reason would be, after the meal, it is going to dilute the enzymes which are needed to digest the food. During the meal, it helps to mash up the food so that it can be properly mixed and churned. I don't know. That's my guess.
Yeah, you are very much right. But maybe we can argue, okay, I have finished my meal, I have taken water, maybe then I'll have some more meal, I'll have 2 more bites, then the same poison becomes during the meal, and the poison becomes medicine. No, the trick is, the human body is very, very wise. We cannot imagine how wise it is. What happens is, Nishit might not be knowing how much food is he going to eat, but his subconscious mind is very clear. Okay, I'm going to eat this much of food now, and accordingly every system is working for that volume of food. How many milliliters of gastric juices, how much of saliva, how much of liver juices, pancreatic juices, every system is calculated. Now, when you are taking your meal and you are sipping some water during the meal, then you are refreshing your mouth time and again. When your tongue is fresh, every next bite would stimulate more saliva, will give you more taste. More saliva is Agni, as Patamkarji told. More saliva means better digestion. Now, when we have finished, then the brain, subconscious, our superconscious, every system, every cell knows this is going to be the last bite. With that bite, all the secretions go into off mode. The release is stopped. Then no more digestive juices would be coming. That is where your logic is very valid, Nishit. That is, now if you drink water, then your juices would be diluted. But if you're drinking water during the meal, your juices won't be as diluted, because your juices are being produced continuously. So that doesn't hamper the quality. Yes, Nishit, maybe we can go to the next
really,
question.
really good, Dr. Patankar.
My father was also doctor. He used to tell patients, the 2 bites which are, as usually told, after finishing the meal or after the signal from the brain, they are as an accumulating deposit, and that definitely lead to many more diseases like obesity or osteoarthritis arthritis and etc. So those 2 bites should be stopped. And in weight loss or in obesity, I and myself and my father also tell the patients not that those two bites, they are more dangerous for your weight gain or any other diseases also.
Fabulous. I have a list of other questions, but now this has opened up an area for me, which I know I have seen how people behave. So we've got gut-brain connection, and it is said that people eat with their eyes first, and that the way you can trick your brain is by, instead of having a big plate, have a smaller plate. It still looks full, right? So what is the connection between what we call satiety, the feeling of fullness, and what does Ayurveda sort of recommend for you to trick your brain to have a smaller meal but feel fuller? Because like if you look in the many Western countries, including, I will point out to the US, where they have this habit of supersizing everything. The sizes of the portions are huge, and we know that that's more than what we need. But then the brain is now not going to feel full unless it has a certain amount. So how can we in Ayurveda help trick our brain to have the appropriate amount?
Okay, Rajanji, will you take it, or should I go ahead?
You yourself.
Okay. Shantalaji, you want to add something? It's a small group discussion. You can unmute, maybe.
Please unmute.
Actually, in Ayurveda, we start with the sense of smell. Even before you can get into the kitchen or get into the dining room, you have the fragrance coming. So from the nose, and then you hear when you eat something. So all the sense organs are going to be stimulated. So that is how mind will react for the food. And then when you touch, in India, we always eat with our food, with our hands, because they have the minutest peripheral nervous system. So from there, again, it starts stimulating. And that's how we have satisfaction when we eat. So every sense organ is to be joined together to get the best one. Thank you.
True.
I want to add one thing.
Yes, sir.
In this contest, I always tell my patients, by eating your food with a spoon, first you get the taste of stainless steel, and then you get the taste of the food. So by eating these 5 fingers, and they are Prithvi, Jala, Tej, Vayu, Akash, that is more beneficial than eating by spoon. So it's a conventional method as per Ayurveda. Shantalaji has emphasized it very correctly. Thank you.
Superb. I think that does make a lot of sense. Now, the next question I have is another popular sort of home remedy or quick fix for people is the practice of yoga and meditation. Now, how does Ayurveda fit in with yoga and meditation, and how can we combine the three? So sometimes when there's one thing alone, 2 things is different, but the 3 combined may have a more synergistic effect. So what would be your recommendations for somebody, specifically say in the Western world?
Okay. See, Ayurveda came after yoga. Yoga was the original Shad Darshan, and it is still like maybe 1,000 times the volume we know Ayurveda, because everyone knows yoga and some people know Ayurveda if we speak of the Western world. When the modern world, like post-independence, when India created its Ayurveda curricula, that was the time when yoga was incorporated into Ayurveda. And in our graduation, we have a subject upon yoga, and we have to clear that examination. So Ayurveda and yoga go hand in hand, and they are like very much resonating unison when it comes to the health aspects. Yoga, the Western world unfortunately looks at it as yogasanas only. That is the third step out of Ashtanga yoga. Yam, Niyam, Asan, Pranayam. So Asan is the one, like, doing like this, moving hands and moving body.
Yeah.
I've done yoga. Yoga is such a magical science. If the whole world forgets everything, IT, this and that, and rocket and everything. And if they only practice Ashtanga Yoga, it will be such a heavenly place to live, because the first component from yoga is social behavior. Before thinking about yourself, you have to think about yama. Yama means 5 types of social behavior, how you should be behaving with others. That is, your social responsibility comes before your own self, you know. So such a highly esteemed are the yoga principles.
I agree with you, except I know one which will be almost impossible for many people to do, which is the brahmacharya one.
Yeah, it has got multiple kind of avenues and multiple perspectives, you know, because you have to enter into this kind of post marriage behavior to create a healthy progeny. And then also Ayurveda has given at such full volumes how the couple should be behaving, how should they be going ahead with their physical behavior and their intimacy, how can they produce the best quality progeny, how can the next generation be the healthiest, what should be the mindset, what should be the what physical attributes can an offspring have. So they have given all the concepts how to detox the body for both the male and the female, you know. So okay, yeah.
Amazing.
So yoga surely
We
maybe
have
after
one
Pallavi's
Dr.
input,
Pallavi.
yes please, yeah.
Dr.
Maybe you
Pallavi.
can unmute.
Yeah. Regarding to that question, I would like to add some points. Like yoga deals with physically, mentally, morally, and spiritually. It is not only dealing with the physical bodies. Though people are going behind yoga because they want to have a physical fitness. They are not having idea about that. That is also going to deal with the mental and the spiritual aspect. So while taking a Ayurvedic medicine or else while practicing Ayurveda, if they combine with the yoga, they are balancing their physical, mental, and the spiritual practice. So that is going to help them. So it is a combined package for them if they practice Ayurveda and yoga together. So they can get a benefited. And also like yoga, we say yoga means union of individual soul with the universal soul. So if you practice yoga, your soul is going to be get a enlightenment, like a universal soul. It is going to, I mean, it's a self-realization also, and also self-discipline also. So nowadays, that's why people are going behind to realize what is needed and how to take care of them without the medicine. So we are practicing herbal medicine and then also without the medicine. I do say that let food be the medicine, medicine be the food. No, yoga be the medicine, medicine be the yoga. So, thank you.
Amazing. Fantastic. So just,
Very
you know, for the viewers at large who are watching and wondering what is this we're talking about in terms of yoga, let me explain that yoga's got 5 ways of self-regulating behaviors. 5 which I'm talking about are interactions with other people and the world at large. And these include the principle of ahimsa, which is non-violence. We have satya, which is truthfulness, which is there's asteya, which is non-stealing. We have brahmacharya, which is non-excess, also often interpreted as celibacy. And we've got aparigraha, which is yes, non-possessiveness or lack of greed. Now, this is what Professor Ish was saying, that if people embrace these principles and live their life according to this, then we'll have a much happier world around us. Of course, yoga has 5 more for the inner self, and these include
this niyamas.
Yes,
the
so
niyamas.
Soch, which is your purity. It's santosh, which is
Kaucha santosha tapah swadhyaya.
correct. So contentment, self-discipline, self-study or inner exploration, and we've got surrender.
Yes.
So those are the sort of concepts that we were talking about with Professor Ish when he was referring to that. If everybody embraced this, the world would be a much better place. So thank you so
Indeed.
much for sharing that, Professor Ish. And if I could go back to my questions, these are again for the viewers who are just joining us now. We're talking about Ayurveda, home remedies, and Ayurvedic principles that we can incorporate into our daily lives. So the next thing is, Professor Shantala mentioned something about how we use sight, sound, feel to give the body a sense of satisfaction. But I am told that in Ayurveda it is recommended to include all 6 tastes: sweet, sour, salty, bitter, pungent, and astringent in your daily diet, and this helps to balance your nutrition and control cravings as well. Is that correct?
Very much correct. The most correct. Because by including all the tastes available, because the taste is not accidental. It doesn't happen like that. This is a reflection of the qualities, the phytochemicals or the biochemicals every vegetarian or non-vegetarian food or any meal has got into it. If we are like embracing all, we are taking all like madhuramla lavan katutik kasha, that's all the 6 tastes when are being taken, then we are ensuring to have all the nutrition. We have carbs, proteins, fats, then minerals, vitamins, and water. There are 6 ingredients, like 6 components only. Food has got only 6 things. There is no 7th entity. So if you are not like cutting down upon one particular taste or many tastes, or for example, someone says, I do not like pungent, I do not like sharp taste foods, like chilies, etc. Then you are actually devoiding yourself of many glycosides and many kind of phytochemicals which are essential to stimulate your whole digestive tract and system, to cleanse them, to stimulate them, to regulate them. Someone says, I do not want to have sweets, for example, then you are not getting enough energy. So if you are a diabetic, then surely you cannot go for more of sweet taste. And this is a general rule. What you told, Nishit, is very correct. We should take all the 6 tastes. But if there is a particular condition, you have got hypertension, then you might not be taking a lot of salt. The 3rd taste, lavana, that is salt. So that is where individual factors are to be considered, but like a blanket kind of umbrella kind of suggestion is, you should eat whatever nature throws at you, whatever is available to you.
Amazing, because I suppose
Shantala ma'am, she can surely
give
No. I'm appreciating what you have been telling. So the question here is, what about placebo? Do we have a placebo without taste?
I think no. See, placebo, again, yeah, because see, we have got a material medicine and a non-material medicine, as Pallavi rightly pointed out some time back, that there can be like medicinal entity, that is, we give some physical medicine to someone, and then we can give a pseudo medicine to have 15% of placebo effect. It is proven that a placebo effect would be around 15%. Now, there can be a non-medicinal placebo also. For example, if we are going for like we want to compare, what if a trained psychologist gives you a counseling, and what if a layman gives you a counseling? So we send 2 patients to one person who's talking nice or do good things. He is not a trained psychologist. What is the outcome? Maybe he could be delivering 15% of non-medicinal placebo effect, whereas a clinically trained psychotherapist would be delivering much higher. So I believe placebo will have a taste if it is a physical medicine kind of entity, or it can be non-physical as well, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a word regarding that. Visualization. Nowadays, people are behind affirmation, modern energy medicine. like a meditation, visualization, affirmation, and positive thinking, cognitive science, and neuro-linguistic methods. So when we talk about the visualization, if the person is thinking about that tomorrow I'm going to have a strawberry smoothie or apple milkshake, they will have the what we say, the juices will secrete in our body. We will have the tendency in our mind. So if we want to talk to someone else, we will get a serotonin hormone, right? Dopamine hormone, the happy hormones like that. Even though if we have that visualization, that will give the person to focus on it. Actually, that is, it may be non-medicinal placebo also, but nowadays it is really working like that. We should have that visualization what we are going to have it tomorrow, so that it will makes us to feel happy and also productive and also complete, satisfied.
Fabulous. Wonderful discussion today. So my next thing is a home remedy that I remember when I was a young child. My mom used to give me a glass of warm milk at night with a teaspoon of turmeric. And she used to say that it will help boost your immune system and maybe give you a restful night's sleep. Is this an old wives' tale or is there something to it?
No, this is doubly established during COVID time, where the Ministry of Ayush did recommend kurkuma milk. What the Americans are doing, like a golden latte for last like 10 years. But yes, Nishit, because you knew it before Americans came to know. So you are very much right that golden latte or kurkuma milk or haldi milk has got multiple benefits. And surely your mother knew more than what you know.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing. Another thing, my dad used to have this triphala. And he used to say that it's very good for digestion, can help with maybe things like constipation and so on. Obviously, I would expect you would recommend consult an Ayurvedic practitioner before you take any of these things. But what's the benefit of using triphala?
Maybe Patankarji or
Stay young
Shantala.
always. You
Yes,
want to stay
okay.
young always, then take triphala. It's rasayana. So it is known as Vayastapana. Vayastapana means stabilizing of aging. So that is the best one, apart from millions of benefits that we have. Rajanji is there.
Okay. Yes, very rightly said by Shantalaji. But want to add one thing. Triphala or any other, as you recommend it as a laxative, if it can be taken before dinner, it's more beneficial. Because as per the great physician or the great Vaidya from Maharashtra, that is Vaidya Nanal, who has got a parampara of 7th generation, they had written that the medicine which we take for the as a laxative or as per for the cleansing our abdomen should be digested first before food. So that is more beneficial. And as I also seen these things in my practice. Thank you.
We have Neil Kumar on the screen.
Thank you, Nishit, and global namaste to everybody who is here at the moment. And let's remind all the people there is Mother's Day in India at the moment. So a special Mother's Day to all the mothers wherever on the earth you are. We would also like to appreciate all the nurses who on the 12th of May, which was Friday gone, was the World Nurses Day. What a wonderful job they did during the COVID, and they do in a general life. So kudos to all the nurses as well. So World Nurses Day, thank you, mothers, wherever you are next to God. We love you. Now, Ish and the panel, we've got a question from Cassandra from Greece. She was listening to an intake of the water, but what she is confused is what everybody says. What temperature ought we drink the water without measuring the temperature? And from her point of view, Ayurveda says cold water from fridge is a no. Your comments for Cassandra and Grace. Over to you.
Okay, maybe I'll add one sentence. Then we have got Rajanji, Shantala, ma'am, Amrita to maybe add on. The bigger the refrigerator you have got at home, and the more the full refrigerator is, the lesser healthy you are. If you might not be doing without a refrigerator, then the emptier your refrigerator is, the healthier you are. If you're stuffing your refrigerator, your family cannot be healthy. It could be healthy today, but like no longer, maybe after 1 month or 10, maybe 10 years or 100 years, you are inching towards, it's a downhill trend. So cold, chilled is never recommended in Ayurveda. Ice or something, because there were not refrigerators 10,000 years back. So Ayurveda did not write refrigerators are very bad. But yes, even in pitta disorders also, like something chilled, because it is just not recommended. So surely warm water is next to, or rather better than many medicines. So warm water or room temperature is the best thing. And surely when room temperatures are like in European countries, it's snowing outside and water is already freezing, then you have to bring it to body temperature. But anything subnormal surely will be suppressing your Agni. Patankarji, Shantalaji, please.
Lukewarm water means if you dip your finger into the water while boiling, you should not burn your finger, or it should be very precise to drink, because as suggested by for bathing also, Poshnajal or Sukoshnajal, that is, it should increase your body activities after your bath or after taking or drinking lukewarm water also. Thank you.
There are 3 points. One is Desha, Kala, and Satmya.
Yes.
So Desha is which place you are, which country you are. So summer is very hot in India, and as some other nations also. And the Kala is as per the temperature outside. And then Satmya, what you're used to, what you're accustomed to. So these 3 things have to decide what should be the temperature of the food or drink that you take, is what I feel.
Correct. 1000% correct.
Fabulous. It's a great question, and one people probably don't pay enough attention to because they're all so used to cold drinks, fizzy drinks, whether they're carbonated, non-carbonated, healthy or non-healthy, as long as they're cold, you say they're not that great for you anyway. So wonderful. It's something interesting, a new perspective for people to look at. One of the things, one of my neighbors is a gentleman from India, and I remember him doing a lot of reflexology. And along with reflexology, I saw him practicing certain things, like he used to clean his nostrils. And one of the other things he used to do was oil pulling. And that was a very alien concept for me. I hadn't seen that before. But I am told from what he said that if you swish with sesame oil or coconut oil for a couple of minutes, swish in your mouth, that's very good for your oral health. Is that correct?
That is Shantalaji's subject, actually. Gandusha. So no one can be better than answering this.
Wonderful.
No, actually, it's not like that. It's not that only I should answer just because it is Shalakya. But it is not only for the oral cavity, it is for the parts above your head, above the clavicle, everything will be benefiting. So it's a age-old practice in Shalakya. Shalakya is a part of Ayurveda. So the benefits are multifold.
So if we can extend this a little further, would you help maybe the viewers who've not heard of this concept before understand how it works, what are the different kinds of oils you can use, and what are the benefits they can expect, and how do they do it in a practical sense?
It could be ghee, it could be oils, it could be whatever fat or whatever cooking oil you're using, that could be used. Anything except kerosene oil, all oils are okay. But again, it doesn't mean that you're only fixing onto oils. You could be having some paste, like in jasmine, jati, and all that. So orally, it can be used as paste and rotated into the oral cavity and then thrown out. So oil pulling is a concept which has come out from Gandusha and Kavada. So these are modified versions that are coming out, but it is very beneficial. Like you do it until water comes out from the eyes and nose, and that is the time when you need to stop it. There is a time that you should stop, and then you can stop it, throw it out, and that's it. Or you could even use it for massaging the whole oral cavity. Anything more to be added, Patankarji or PG?
Very, very rightly and precisely told by Shantalaji. So nothing to add in that. But as she told by the Desha, Kala, and the Prakriti of the patient, it might be differed, but should be taken under proper guidance of Vaidya. It is more beneficial.
Fabulous. We have Neil Kumar back with us.
Thank you, Nishit.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Nishit. Let's remind our viewers that we are broadcasting live streaming at the moment on various social media and platform partners on YouTube, Facebook,
Okay.
website, Twitch, Twitter. So you can tell your friends, just visit the website and they have got a direct link from there. We have a question from Francesco in Italy. General question, and in fact, 3 others wants to know the same thing today. Does Ayurvedic medicine have side effects? Over to the panel.
Yes, sir.
Yes, in my opinion, there are side effects. Considering the herbs which were taken or which were properly used in the formulation. Second thing, if the herbs are not purified, then as per the text, the things which are written in text should be added one by one as per the sequence. Because one of our, not a Vaidya, but Professor Kastureji, Bhaskareji from Kolhapur, which is a nearby place in Maharashtra. So he has got a good record of so many companies, which, for example, manufacturing Tribhuvan Kirti, that is best medicine for the Kafaja Jwar or for rheumatoid arthritis. In that, the contents which are written as per the text are properly mixed one by one, and the bhavana means the trituration in some kwathas or some churnas should be added in that. And if that is not in a proper way, yes, there are side effects, including the dose. The time of administration is also most important. For example, if you take any medicine which is for hyperacidity after your food, it's not beneficial. So it should be taken either empty stomach or before food. So that's why there are side effects, should be taken by a proper advice from Vaidya. Because nowadays, in India especially, so many Ayurvedic drugs are also available across the counter. And that is not good for Ayurveda also, and for the common people also. And Amrutaji has also joined. He will also add something.
Global namaste to everyone. Yes, sir. Basically, side effects can be of anything which is not taken by the matra, kal, and doshas, basically, and the prakriti as well. So if your time, which has been mentioned by Charak Sushrut, when to take the medicine, when to take the food, the whole criteria and the idea is to prevent those side effects or the adverse effect that come into it, which is a part of the complete system of pharmacology. And secondly, what doshas you have, and in that consideration, what medicine dose, matra, anupan as well, what you are taking with that also has been specified to prevent the adverse drug reactions, basically. So apart from this, the allergies that happen and the dose, proper medication, as well as manufacturing of the drugs, all these things may count, but these things can come up in any system of medicine, whether you are talking about homeopathy, whether you talk about naturopathy, whether you talk about Unani, Siddha, or Ayurveda, or modern system of medicine. So prior consultation from a registered practitioner who is well versed with the system is the best person who will be guiding you for that, to prevent these kind of adverse drug reactions as well as side effects. Thank you.
Wonderful. Please
I
go ahead.
have some point to add on it. Shall I go on it?
Yes, please.
Yeah, what Amrita said is 100% true and right. Like nowadays, because of availability of the internet, people are Googling self-medication. The problem is everything, they think that whatever is available in the internet, everything is right. And they are not having much time to consult a doctor. They think that everything is right. Let me explore this medicine. And then they will get into a trouble, then they will come to a doctor. So, and also a lot of YouTubers, Instagrammers. So that is also one of the trending. People are not having much idea about what is naturopathy, Ayurveda, homeopathy, or modern medicine. They need a trending, and the people, they want to create something content and they want to sell themselves. So the marketing of selling themselves, it is leading a complication, because these all the registered practitioners are lagging behind because we follow ethics. They don't follow ethics in the medicine. So that is the main issues. So complications are there. Hypermineralism is one of the complication if they're not having idea, and if they're taking that, and also some other complication will also happen. They have to consult, because it is their health. It's must. It should be. Because we don't take everyday medicine, right? Instead of that, they should think and take a right decision.
Thank you, Pallavi. We have another questions here. Dr. Amrita Sharma from Jalandhar, welcome. Lovely to have you here. We will now go on to some more questions here. It's come from the WhatsApp here. I'm going to join two questions together because I think they are interrelated, and this is for the panel. Ruxana from South Africa. Is there Ayurvedic treatment for cancer? And I think the next question from Simon from Manchester makes a correlation to this. Can Ayurvedic medicine be taken along with chemotherapy? Now, before you answer, let's conclude about side effects of Ayurveda. So we at Healing Our Earth would suggest that you take expert advice from your Ayurveda practitioner within your city or in your area. Now for the question, cancer and chemotherapy, open to the panel. Ish, you can start and we go around the...
Okay. Cancer has been elaborated very deeply in Ayurveda, including 6 types of cancers, and it was very clearly told it would be hidden, it would be growing very slowly, it won't be showing any inflammation, so there will not be any alarm raised, so that we would never be aware that we are growing one. This would be spreading to every organ, metastasis was mentioned, and that is how it becomes incurable, etc., etc. Now, the basic mechanism when we have cancer patients, and we did treat many cancer patients with more success or less, there is a basic premise. One Ayurveda, the most popular Ayurveda text we have got is Charak Samhita, which is like more than 5,000 years old. In a particular chapter, Visarpait has told, maybe anyone who has got some interest in Ayurveda would be knowing about Vata Pitta Kapha. So out of Vata Pitta Kapha, lack of Pitta and more of Vata Kapha would lead into tumor formation. Like when we can very well visualize as the temperatures go down, things solidify. You have water, it converts into ice. If the temperature goes down, the temperature in the human body is pitta. So every cancer by default will for sure be having excessive vata, excessive kapha, and low pitta. And after Ayurveda also says any disease which is older than 1 year would surely be becoming tridosha. That is, it would be having all the bad effects from vata and pitta and kapha. So how do we start with a cancer patient? We start with enhancing the metabolism, because sooner or later, not today, if we count what are the metabolic disorders, then we could be knowing high cholesterol, obesity, diabetes, gout, etc., like hypothyroidism, etc. But we might not be enlisting cancer as a metabolic disorder. But as per Ayurveda viewpoint, sooner or later, cancers will fall into no other category than metabolic disorders. So metabolic disorders are always coming from a lowered Agni or an impaired metabolism. That is where we first of all, we target to enhance the metabolism very judicially. See, we have got no right to waste patients' time. You know, we are like, I'm telling some patient, oh, no, you don't go for chemotherapy or radio or surgery. I will take care of you. Take my powder for 6 months, then we'll see. By that time, the patient would lend into complications and metastasis. Things go out of control. So in proper accordance, in consortium with the Western doctors, is the patient required for surgery or chemo or radiotherapy? We should not be creating a confusion over there. But how do we start? We start with enhancing Agni. And now, a very important question: will we take up any any stage of any cancer? Then Ayurveda has got a very important idea to tell, that yavat nasti nirandriya tavat chikitsa kartavya kale se kutla gati. That is, the time is the most unpredictable. In the manner the patient has landed into some very bad time, the fortunes can turn and the patient could be having good time. So you cannot stop treating till the patient breathes once last. So we should always be hopeful, never making false promises to the patient, or in order to commercialize his treatment and to earn some money. But we have to keep treating till the time we can. So we do have a protocol where we start with the diet correction, lifestyle correction, some herbs and panchkarma. And because every Ayurveda person, Ayurveda expert would be having some experience or the other with the cancer patients. So maybe Shantalaji, Amrita, Dr. Rajan, maybe can come up with their viewpoints.
Actually, in Sushruta Samhita, we have a term known as Arbudagna. That means oncologist. So it was Sushruta Samhita which speaks about oncology. And it again says, wherever there is a drastic hitting or hurting of the person, there the cancer develops. That's what Sushruta says. And coming to my experience of treating cancer patients, is because my guru, who lived for 106 years, taught me how it should be treated. So I have had very good experience, and I always wish people would come to Ayurveda as a first choice, not as the last or last choice. So LAST and LOST, last choice. So the quality of life can definitely be improved by starting Ayurveda earliest. But it again depends on what type of cancer. If it is blood cancer, it is very tough. It's a bigger challenge. Whereas prostate gland cancer or some certain things like that can be treated much better as per my experience. Thank you.
Professor Ish, if I may step in, I just want to structure this conversation because it's going over a number of areas. So for the viewers who are watching, let me just structure this conversation a little bit better. Let's look at the Ayurvedic perspective on cancer. How Ayurveda views cancer as an imbalance in the body's doshas. You've explained that. The next thing we want to look at is how Ayurveda helps in prevention and lifestyle changes. So if we can speak a little bit about the preventative measures and lifestyle changes, including diet, exercise, and mental health practices, which are recommended in Ayurveda. Let's share that a little bit, then we move over to herbs and natural remedies.
Okay. My focus has always been, because when the cancer patient is coming to us, as Shantalaji told, one goes everywhere, and by the time one comes to us, not only cancer, any medical condition, then by the time it is already too late. Like the arthritis has already worsened, etc. The patient is into requirement of knee replacement, and then he is coming to us. The patient doesn't come to us in time. So my very important suggestion is, cancer has got a very strong genetic predisposition. That is, if someone is having cancer in a close relative, that should be an eye-opener for the first-degree relatives. Okay, maybe my father had it, or my brother had it, or my sister had it. So I could also be having those genes, and sooner or later this might come to me. That is the most important group to address, because everyone might not be coming to you for a prevention, visiting you and paying you and taking your precautions. One might not be that wise, actually, what everyone should be. But once there has been an eye-opener because you had a close relative who had cancer, that is high time for all the relatives to go for this proper Ayurveda treatment, where we start with, again we have got 4 modalities only: dietary correction, lifestyle correction, and some herbs which are immunity boosting, which are anti-cancer, proven anti-cancer, like curcuma, ashwagandha, and many more, guduchi, etc. With a proper consultation with an Ayurveda doctor, as Patankarji told, should be taken. There should be a detailed consultation. What cancers your relatives had, what was the severity, what treatments did they take, what is your status, what is your age, your digestion, your addictions, your lifestyle. Everything has to be factored in, and then we devise a plan upon cancer prevention for that particular patient, or that particular probable patient, or that particular person. So I believe, and that should be for life. It's not like a one pill magic. You have this anti-cancer tablet and you cannot have any cancer. So it will be a very gradual and sustained lifestyle change, including diet, which can prevent you from being a very high risk group person to have cancer in future.
That is fabulous information. If only viewers would latch on to that, I'm sure it'll save many, many lives. Just what you have shared there. Does anybody else on the panel have anything additional to add?
Rightly said by Ishji, because in my family, my mother died 50 years back. She was also medical practitioner due to breast cancer. But at that time, there was less known radiation or any other therapies. So being a doctor also, as Ishji told that it's a silent mode that was that in her, and that's why she died. So from that day, as I get my completion of BMS, I used to say public awareness about cancer is also utmost important, especially in India, because in India, some places where there are backward people or who are lesser known to any kind of treatment, including Ayurveda or allopathy, should be advised properly or should be guided properly. That is first thing. Then second thing, as told by Iji, there cannot be a protocol, but as per the prakriti, as per the severity, because as Shantalaji and Iji told, the patients doesn't come to us with a first diagnosis. They used to come after second grade or third grade of cancer, and they are hoping to treat us with only Ayurvedic medicines. So no, integrative approach is must. And in Maharashtra, there is one place called as Wagholi. So there is an integrative Ayurvedic cancer hospital, which is run by Dr. S.P. Sardeshmukh and his son. So they are having at least 1 lakh of patients' data who are treated integratively as per the norms of radiation or chemo and by supportive Ayurvedic medicine. And they are giving good life to the patients or to the concerned people. Thank you.
Dr. Amrita?
Yeah, very rightly said by Dr. Ish sir and Rajan sir. I would like to add, when in Ayurveda they were talking about in Charaka about Sar, San and Sattva, Tatamya. All these things are very important criteria because the first setback an individual gets with cancer is the mental health. And once the saran decreases, it decreases the mental potential to fight and to run about the disease. And one just has one thought that I'm about to die now. So that very thing is depleting all the things and his potential to fight against the disease as well as the medications that are given. So that morale has to be up. A good family guidance is very important. Secondly, having a positive attitude towards oneself is very important in life. And with that, the combination of, because once the Sara and the Satamya and Sattva decreases, the Agni gets affected. Metabolism drastically that gets affected. I know a number of people who, after knowing they have cancer, they just died immediately. And before that, they had been living a very happy and healthy life. So one consideration is that thing. Secondly, to increase that oja in the body, to sustain the prana of the body, because as your vata is and kapha mixture has been derailed and the pitta has been destroyed because the agni is disturbed. So to maintain that agni is the priority. As per my personal experience, when I've been dealing with my mom with stage 3 rectal cancer stage, I found my works related with the antioxidants very useful for her. I had been giving her a lot of greens and stuff all the time, giving her mental boosting stuff, triggering her moods up. And secondly, it is very important to what timing and what ways you have to give these kind of medicines and see what is the priority. So if there has to be a surgical intervention, there has to be a surgical intervention, but it can be added on with the diet, lifestyle, as well as yoga and other kind of stuff, which are tremendously very beneficial and useful. My mom, I used to comb her and her hair falled, but then now she gained her hair. She had lost weight. She was around 33 kgs without food and water for 1.5 months. And then I revived her with the help of grace of God to bring her to normal diet. Now she's 56 kilograms. And to revive on that, all those things with the many complications of cancer, it is very important to include the herbs, the dietary aspects to trigger your Agni, as well as to vitalize yourself so that you can fight against cancer and don't look at the negative side of life. Life is very big and beautiful. The way it has to be, it should be lived till the last extent. Thank you.
Great.
Wonderful. Pallavi.
Yeah, I have some points. We know that India, it has been suffering from non-communicable diseases. Like we are on the top of it now. It may be diabetes, obesity, hypertension also. Like that, cancer is also growing. So as we all know that when it is growing, that like preventive measures like early screening and creating awareness about it. And like as we are belongs to low middle income countries, like smoking, alcohol, and other risk factors are inducing the cancer. So we should create a more awareness of it. And also we have to do screening earlierly. And everyone, they have beautifully explained that what are the treatments are available. It may be diet, exercises, meditation, and positive support. Yes, it is very important. And also what we have to do that we have to increase the immune system. The immune system day by day, it will reduces the power of it. So in Ayurveda also, they are working on it. In naturopathy also, we are working on it. In yoga also. In allopathy medicine, they have their own medicine. So here, what I would like to say is, combined medicine, alternative medicine based on the cases. We have to refer it and we have to treat it. And also we have to do more research on it, like, and to publish it to the people, then they will come to us. So we are discussing, so now people, whoever are watching, they're getting that, yes, there is a medicine that we can go and take it, but everyone is not aware of it. But it must reach most people, then everyone will come to the right medicine at the right time instead of losing their life. Yeah, this is about my points. Thank you.
So, Professor Ish, everybody's explained very nicely. This was a wonderful topic to get started. I still have a few questions. One of the questions is that we said earlier on that let your food be your medicine. And so we move on to the next topic about herbs and natural remedies when it comes to Ayurveda and treating cancer or helping people prevent. So Ayurveda and natural remedies like turmeric, ashwagandha, amla, and others which are suggested, which have proven anti-cancer properties. What would the panel like to share about using these sort of natural herbs and remedies?
Amrita can be a right person. She is from Dravyaguna. Or Shantalaji, you want to add something? Amrita, you should unmute for sure.
Please, Shantala, ma'am, please.
All the medicines or herbs that Nishitji has been suggesting are wonderful. But again, it depends on each person. We need to understand who should get what and what combination. So that would be individualized. It's a personalized choice. It should not be personalized in the sense by the treating Vaidya, then it is fine. And before I can finish it off, I thought we started with a clinical registry of cancer patients coming to Ayurveda, so that we come to know how many cases do come, at what level they come, and what Ayurveda has been offering. So we started with a clinical registry, which should be done all over India, so that we get to know what type of patients do come to us and when they do come to us, and do they come with integration or only for the quality of life. So that would be one important thing that Government of India should start in many places.
Fabulous. I mean, I suppose it also helps with logistics to understand how many specialists are required for what, also the resources that are required if they need to construct something somewhere. If you can see a trend accordingly, it's a wonderful idea. And now we also talked about, like,
I would like to add.
Yeah, go on.
So basically, as we see, there's a big market of herbs ever since COVID had started up, and people have just bursted on taking herbs because they feel the next moment, if next COVID comes, they will die. Nothing is going to happen well. And the intake of herbs has been so much because it has been publicized by people, marketed by people as a marketing strategy, which is not GMP certified, which is not under the norms of taking. Because in Ayurveda, very precisely, they talk about which part is beneficial. Which part is beneficial should be taken in which ritu, which kala. Because every plant's phytochemicals are very different and they are very well taken up at the season which it is growing and in the conditions naturally where the plant grows, right? So because we are coming from all over the globe, you must have seen about your floras, which are very diverse at your places. And the trees that you find in Kenya may not find in London, may not find in South India, may not find in Mauritius. So that diverse flora has a very big sense of healing. And if you see the indigenous people around the globe, they have made use of their flora very well and integrated in their life very properly, because the phytochemicals that are present in those herbs and the knowledge of that is very important. What is sold in the market now is just, they sell the leaves, they sell the roots, they sell the flowers, they sell everything which is maybe useful, may not be useful, that might be substituted, that might have been adulterated. There are a lot of things that need to be seen, and moreover, the certification. So Ayush Ministry basically is having its own standards for releasing herbal medicines, and they have a protocol under which these medicines should be sold. And there are the knowledge of that and education on that is very important when you select the drug, what kind of herb you are choosing, What is the standardization criteria of that? Is it passed through that or not? Is it adulterated or not? Because you never know what kind of side effects come. And that I can add on with cancers as well, as we are on pills, so many pills that we take on the modern day basis. So herbs are though very useful, but in the powder form, they are the medicine. In the decoctions form, they are medicine. If you see, there are people who take out this flower tea, that decoction, that decoction. So the day starts with decoction and finish up with the cucumber juice, right? So all these things basically need to be time tested. They need to be checked under a thorough study on that, rather than depending on Mr. Google and what he tags up. It's very important to know what authentic channels are there. So a lot of publication research works have been done. Go through them and then select what is best for you. Thank you so much.
I suppose another thing that makes an impact is also that you cannot just have something in isolation, because for it to be absorbed, it needs a third party, or if you take too much of this, it causes a depletion in this. And so there is the way it interacts in your body can either harm or imbalance the levels of other things in the body.
Yes, exactly. It can vary because your doshas are different. Everybody's prakriti is different. If I have an ice cream and you all have an ice cream, it will be completely giving a different effect. So one herb will have a tremendous effects on an individual. So that should not be taken. One is not the rule for all, actually. Thank you.
Fabulous. So earlier on, we talked about the need of people going to see their conventional doctors to get conventional treatment as they go along exploring. But we also expressed the need for them to come earlier on to an Ayurvedic practitioner to have complementary or supportive therapy. So with this in mind, what are the Ayurvedic practices that can help cancer survivors improve the quality of life, manage long-term side effects, and reduce the risk of reoccurrence?
Okay, maybe, yeah, Amrita, please go ahead.
Because I'm an experienced person, so 5 years.
Yeah, please, yeah.
So hydration is very important. Drinking water is very important. Okay. Secondly, whenever the chemos have to be started, it is very important. Look positive to that. Don't think that the poison is given to you. And at that time, antioxidants are not very useful. You should not take them because you're already giving a poisonous substance and you'll be taking antioxidants. It's not useful at all. These chemotherapies are virtually the drugs which are increasing the pitta to a tremendous extent in the body. So people have mouth ulcers, they have burning sensation, they have tremendous pain. In that case, avoiding spicy foods and taking a light diet, which is hydrated and fibrous, would be very good because it will prevent constipation, it will protect your gut. Plus some Agni Vardhak things. So spices that will help to ignite your fire, like cumin seeds, like carom seeds, licorice, and as well as coriander, parsley. These are cooling things as well and digestant as well. Including them into your diet as a part of the meal, taking them as a smoothie or other way is also very important. Secondly, a cancer patient, if the cancer depends upon which part of the body it is, but mostly if it is related with the lung cancer, breast cancer, pancreatic cancer, liver cancer, colon cancer, or rectal cancer, or stomach cancer, it is definitely affecting the GI tract. So your digestion and the ability to digest the food tremendously is nil. So in that case, using light and liquid diets is very useful. You're having smoothies, you're having soups, you have decoctions, you have the meals which will be adding up soups of lentils and other kind of stuff where you can have khichidis and other stuff which are multi-nutritional. In that, if from time to time you want to add some herbs which are very safe, like amla is a very common thing which I had been using for my mom from time to time. Green wheatgrass is very good. It is antioxidant as well. Spirulina is very good, which I had been using, and different kind of herbs that can be blended up with your main meal can be taken up. Make sure your palate, if the food is not tasty, you won't be eating. Half of the people die because of malnourishment because the food doesn't taste well. Take care of your palate. So making it tasty with your pastes and chutneys and other kind of stuff, what all stuff you can add without much spices can be included. Apart from that, in general, complete meal and diet plan should be there, because more nutrition is required by an individual in and small short meals. So it's like a baby feeding. You need to feed after every 2-3 hours in a light meal that a normal person will not be taking, and that kind of stuff will be added to it. Many times the people have vomiting and other kind of stuff. Medications have to be taken as a side effect of the chemotherapies, which should be taken in time in regards of that. And secondly, if you have got the surgical interventions which you are doing after the surgeries, also the diet and herbs and lifestyle can be amended by using physiotherapy, massages, reflexology, yoga, mantra chanting. I found it very beneficial. Whenever my mother has to have a chemotherapy, I used to plug in the earphones into her and chant mantras. So mantras have got immense power because they are the divine words, actually. So these divine words basically glorify you. They enhance your energy. They help you to fight against everything, and you don't think negative about life. So in combination of all these things, your basic hygiene and health considerations are very important, your living standard and conditions of health. So there's a lot of education that should be given, and I'm really open to help people globally. Thank you so much.
Dr. Amrita, you can add one more accolade to your many talents of a mind reader, because you answered my next question, which was going to be Ayurvedic dietary recommendations for cancer patients. So you answered that just before I asked it even.
Thank you.
Pallavi-ji, you have something?
Yeah, you can unmute.
Please unmute.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The chemotherapy, if the person is taking a chemotherapy, vomiting is like, added medicine for them like that. So in order to prevent that vomiting, we have acupuncture treatments and also acupressure treatment. So a lot of research has been done, and also people have been treating with because of that vomiting, they are losing their nutrition. That is one of the main point to reduce their weight. So here we have to concentrate on that, why people are getting a vomiting and what are the causative factors and what needs to give them to reduce it. So Amrita said that, the foods which are alkaline nature. So instead of giving, if the person is suffering from gastrointestinal cancers, especially, giving them spicy food is not going to be helpful. They are not able to digest this. Like alkaline foods, like, cucumber, and then and also whatever the vegetables and the fruits which is contain high water content. So that will balance their hydration also. That will calms. That is not going to irritate the gastrial mucosa also. So we have to focus on these foods, especially alkaline foods like a barley water also. We can add it in that. And then they have to focus on their especially diet and also the positive thinking, and also giving their concentration why it is happening to them. Understanding the disease is very important. Instead of taking a medicine is not only going to helpful. Understanding the disease, why it is happening. Am I doing right? Am I doing a wrong thing? Why it is happening, especially to me only. Then only the treatment part is going to help them. So we have to understand that we have to help them to understand the disease and also the treatment part. So then they can recover easily instead of suffering every day because of the cancer. Thank you.
Fabulous. Now, I have one last question before this topic finishes. We have Nil Kumar with us. Nil Kumar, please go ahead.
So, Nishit, everything is going beautiful. Thank you, panel. We are doing wonderful and rocking. People are enjoying on the YouTube and the Facebook. What we will do now, shortly, just for a while, we'll take a little break here. We will go to our next session is in a while, which we are going to travel to Egypt. So we were in Mauritius with our professor and a producer is Sharma. We are now connected to India with our episode host, Dr. Amrita Sharma. Just shortly, we'll be going to Egypt with Dipti, who is waiting there for us with Ayurveda and Vedanta session with us. And we'll come back and chit chat again like a panel in about 45 minutes from now. And one of the topics that everybody is asking is arthritis, So arthritis seems to be hitting a lot of countries and a lot of people because we are living longer. So in 45 minutes from now, be ready with arthritis and any remedy that Ayurveda has got. What we will now do, Dr. Amrita Sharma, our host from here on with the co-host, Professor Ish Sharma. Amrita, you know about Professor Ish Sharma because he at some point was also your teacher and a professor. And he's also done a sterling work at Healing Our Earth because he has brought in so many peoples. And anytime I ask him, Ish, are you ready? He says, yes, let's rock and roll. And he's always ready and bringing some sessionists and people like them. So Amrita, what we're going to do now, over the next 10 minutes, if you can tell us more about Ish. And Ish, when you bring in back Amrita to introduce Dipti, if you could tell us about Amrita, so we can know. So Nishit, just wait for a few minutes and don't run away. We need you back again, Nishit. You are doing a sterling job. Nishit, of course, is the technical director at Healing Our Earth. So Amrita, over to you. And let's tell people who our producer is, which here it goes, the profile.
Thank you, Anilji. Professor Ish Sharma has been my guru as well, and I feel honored I am introducing him. Dr. Ish Sharma is from a traditional Vaidya family. He did his post-graduation and doctorate in Ayurveda from the National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. He has a special knack for lifestyle disorders and conducted many clinical trials against diabetes, autoimmune disorders, and nervous system disorders. Dr. Ish is a global figure in Ayurveda with 15 years of experience in Ayurveda education delivery, training, and patient care, Ayurveda tourism in EU and ASEAN countries. As a Panchkarma clinician, he witnessed many marvelous results in most refractive patients. He authored 4 books, 20 peer-reviewed medical research articles, headed Babike Ayurvedic Medical College in Punjab. He served as the controller of examination at Guru Ravidas Ayurvedic University, Hoshiarpur for 2 years, and currently serving as an academic chair in Ayurveda medicine at the University of Mauritius. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita, for very kind words. And
thank you, sir. I have a couple of questions for all the things that you have been doing at Mauritius. So as you had been sharing about your curriculum that you have planned up for the school children, I would like to know that what kind of grade students will be getting a benefit out of it?
Okay. Because I believe I could be having like 5 to 7 minutes to speak, because then we have got Miss Deepti waiting, if she permits me. So I did arrive in Mauritius like 18 months back, and this is a very small country, like smaller than any Indian city, and having a population half of any Indian city, like only 1.2 million people.
Right.
And a very small island, they call it Paradise Island. Before 1500, not a single human being was living over here. It was uninhabited. No humans were living in Mauritius. Then what was happening was there were some ships passing by, coming from Africa, etc., Cape of Good Hope, and they would be staying for a couple of months and then they go away. No one wanted to conquer it. No one wanted to live here because it was just a jungle and mountains. Slowly and slowly, by 1705, the French people had a proper establishment over here, and then they continued for 105 years, and then they gave it to the Britishers in exchange of another land. And that is how by 1810, the Britishers came, and Britishers brought many Indians to work as laborers on the sugarcane fields, because it grows only sugarcane. They do not grow anything but sugarcane. So they brought a herd full of ships from India, Bengal, Bihar, Odisha, even Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, etc. and all the laborers were brought over here and they were made to work in the sugarcane fields. So that is how the population started building up, and now like 65% of the Mauritian population is of Indian origin, and all the top positions, maybe prime minister, president, ministers, and everyone is somehow like 75% people are of Indian origin in every position. So when I reached here, I noticed that Mauritius was reporting like 2 to 3 times when it comes to non-communicable diseases global average.
Right.
If you compare like diabetes global average versus Mauritian average, Mauritius would be doing half good. The patient population would be double than the global average. Overweight and obesity, will you believe, as per a 2021 survey from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, NCD survey 2021 reports 73% of Mauritian population is overweight or obese,
Right.
which is a huge number. Any other country could be having like 20-25%, at the most 30, but Mauritians are like 73%, and obesity is the mother to every like health condition. Obesity is an invitation card for everything. So what I noticed was, because Ayurveda has very clearly told non-communicable diseases or lifestyle diseases do not come to go back, by the phrase prameho anushanginam. That is, diabetes stays forever. And diabetes, insulin resistance, insulin mechanism disturbance is the biggest metabolic like foundation stone in most of the non-communicable diseases. So then I had an idea where when I met Honorable Vice Prime Minister Ma'am, who happens to be the education minister also, and I spoke to her that if we keep waiting for the reactive medicine, that is, when I become a diabetic, I will go to the best doctor, will have the best treatment. This will not work, because Ayurveda has like 10,000 years back, when there were not so prevalent lifestyle diseases, because everyone had to work hard. You know, you did not have cars, fortunately. You did not have lifts, etc. You even the kings had to walk. So I told ma'am that waiting for the population to become a patient and then have very good medication will no longer work. Prevention is not better than cure. Prevention is the only cure when it comes to lifestyle diseases. And then she questioned, okay, what do you suggest? I suggested her to catch them young. Like if India is eyeing an Olympic gold medal, you will not be catching a 20-year-old boy or girl. Okay, we train you, you will get Olympic gold medal. You will be catching a 5-year-old kid. That okay, 15 years later, you will bring us Olympic gold medal. This is a formula. The word came from the Olympic trainers, catch them young. So I told ma'am, why not to catch them young? That is, we should introduce Ayurveda and yoga at the primary school curricula. And by primary school, we mean grade 1 to grade 6 in Mauritius. So I said, let's give very simple tips to the health educators, to the teachers who teach health subject in the schools. There are 550. I said, I will be preparing a design. I will be training those 550 teachers who would in turn train the students upon right eating, upon some medicinal herbs like your kitchen spices, and some common herbs for memory and immunity boosting. This proposal was appreciated by Honorable Vice Prime Minister Ma'am, and within 3 months she got it approved from the Mauritian Parliament. So on the 27th of May 2022, this was approved, and then it has gone to the textbooks now. So I believe this has been the most significant work of my life, where we could bring some Ayurveda and yoga and Ayurveda spices into the textbooks. And now we are looking forward, as suggested by the Ministry of Education, that after this primary school syllabus, we will be extending the streak to the higher classes also, like 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. These are called college grade classes. And when we go, like in India, when we clear +2, we go to college, then they call it university. That is, primary is the schooling, 7th to 13 is college, and 13 onward is university. So now I am planning to come up with more complex subjects like Viruddhahara, etc. for, because the kids would be senior and they can appreciate more, they can understand more. So we can try more complex topics with them, Amrita.
Right, sir. Thank you. So another question is that, is there any mode of language that you're using, like they are learning some shlokas or verses in that, or it's just a simplified English version of that?
Yes, it's very much simplified English. And in Mauritius, the beauty is, even they do not contain a lot of English or a lot of words. They are all pictorial. So all my suggestions have been sent to the graphic unit. You know, like if I'm telling eat less, then they would be showing one fat boy, one lean boy. You know, they have to convert it to the pictorials for the primary school kids to appreciate more. So they do not use many words, big paragraphs. You know, they keep it very interesting. So it is with the graphic unit right now. And I have been very careful not to use Sanskrit words or Ayurveda words, you know, because this was not easy. There were doctors from the Ministry of Health were sitting with me, and they were questioning my every word. How can you say this? How can you say that? Why this? Why that? We don't agree to this. We don't agree to that. So to initiate, I had to listen to them. I had to tone down my like content to keep it acceptable to all. Later on, when we go to higher classes, then we surely can bring in like Viruddhahara. It will be very difficult to convince them. But someday we have to bring this word up, Viruddhahara, that is incompatible food combinations, which Western world doesn't agree to. Yes, Amrita.
Thank you, sir. Apart from this, I would like to ask,
You are muted.
sir, have you included
Thank you, Ish. That was wonderful. We want to know more about you. And you saw Amrita had a smile on her face because she had an opportunity to introduce her professor live on the global audience. It is very hard sometimes to do these kind of things. We want to know more about you, Ish. But Ish, before we go to Dipti in Egypt, because we travel, Healing Our Earth, we travel in different continents. Can you tell us a bit about Amrita? And I'm sharing the screen over here.
Okay. Okay. Surely, maybe I will prefer not to read the screen because it is in front of you. You can read. Often I have got a lot to tell about Amrita, so I believe I can justify it with.
Please go ahead. No problem.
Okay. So Amrita has been a very close family friend to us. Her husband is my very dear friend, and Chandrasekhar Sharma. So myself and Chandrasekhar, we were colleagues at one Ayurveda college, and we were living next doors. And that is when we were meeting quite often as families. Later on, Amrita decided to go for post-graduation because she was graduate at that time, and then she decided to undertake her post-graduation. That is when she got admission to the place, to the Ayurveda college where I was the principal by chance. And that is where we happened to interact more and more. And she is a very hardworking student, a very keen learner. And I knew I could see many postgraduate students who are not very serious with their thesis work. And, you know, they were just formally doing, you know, because they had to do. So they somehow met both the ends meet, but they were not really putting their soul into it. But Amrita was, I very well remember, she was traveling hundreds of kilometers for her phytochemical studies to Paprola and Palampur, etc. in Himachal Pradesh. So she always took things very seriously. And from her batch, and maybe a few batches before and after her, I can tell this even to Amrita for the first time, her thesis was the best. No one worked so hard. So Amrita, I forgot to tell you this before, so you can thank Neil for this. And then after that, we kept on interacting. She joined an Ayurveda college as a lecturer. And then I discovered her very keen interest in like public lectures, sharing her knowledge. And then Niels was the right platform to bring her. And that is how we are with you again.
Ish, thank you very much. You can see Amrita beaming with a smile, coming compliment from her professor. She can see she's now in the pink of her health and a glow on her face. You can see that. So that was wonderful. Ish, stay around. We are now going to go to Dipti. Just before we go to Dipti in Egypt, Nishit has spotted a question from Nalini that, and if you can answer either one of you, Amrita, you or Ish, what is a gut-friendly diet for people, for bloating and making sure that you feel safer?
Okay. When it comes to bloating, so bloating is a form of Vata. Again, I will not be going into the details of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So fermentation is the biggest cause for bloating. And why do we ferment? Why do our intestines ferment? Because when there is a lack of digestive juices, that is the time when fermentation takes place. So in case you are low on your digestive metabolism, what Ayurveda calls Agni, if your Agni is weak, you are bound to ferment more inside your intestines, leading to bloating and constipation and acid peptic disorders and multiple digestive disorders to begin with, eventually triggering like a cascade which would lead to what not, a disease. It can lead to anything. So whenever we see a patient, the first question is, how is your digestion? Because Ayurveda believes intestines are, your gastrointestinal tract is the most important organ in your body. It is more important than your brain, kidney, liver, or whatever. That is why Ayurveda calls it Mahanimna Mahamadhya, that is the most fundamental. Your GIT, your gastrointestinal tract, is the most fundamental organ. And another like thinker has put it this way, human body is nothing but some arrangement of organs around a hollow tube. There is a hollow pipe, a mouth to anal canal, and there is some organ arrangement. You have got a heart, a liver, two kidneys, and two eyes on top, etc. So does your brain control your intestines, or your intestines control your brain? This is not a simple question, because it has been proven multiple times. Your intestines, your microbiome controls your brain. Will you believe, Nishit? Only the small intestine has got more neurons than your spinal cord. Your spinal cord is controlling all your body. Spinal cord has got lesser neurons than your small intestine, and your small intestine has got more immunity boosting malt cells, MALT, malt cells, which are immunity boosting. Only small intestine has got more immunity boosting cells than rest of the body put together, because intestine has to make the first decision, what should be taken in and what should be discarded. A very important decision maker is our intestine. So for bloating, etc., the most important thing will be, food is a burden for your intestine. If you are overeating, you are bound to overburden your intestines. You are waiting in disaster.
Thank you, Ish. That's a wonderful advice you've given. Basically, you are saying, don't live to eat, just eat to live as medicine. Thank you very much, Ish. Stay around here. We'll be back with you. We want to know more about you. We move on to our episode host now, Dr. Amrita Sharma in Jalandhar there. Amrita, let's welcome Deepti. Just before we welcome her, we remind our viewers that we are broadcasting live on YouTube, Facebook, website, and Twitch, and also on Periscope. So you can go and tell your friends to know more about it. Just connect to us on our website and you will see us. And we go to Deepti now. Amrita, just before we go, Rajanji has got a comment. So Rajanji, unmute yourself, your comment, and we move on to Deepti. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice discussion. But due to some previous appointment, my son's marriage is there on the 12th of June. So some family function is there. So with all your permission, I will take your leave. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajanji. Rajanji, for those who are viewing Ayurveda episodes, is our senior resident panelist in Mumbai and has got over 40 years worth of experience. Thank you, Rajanji. We wish you all the best to your family function. Have a lovely time and hope the weather is beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, Amrita, now for the awaiting moment where we want to go to Dipti. So over the next 20 minutes, she might do her presentation and then you can have a chit chat for at least 10 minutes. And then we break back into open sessions. So it's yours, Amrita. Can you please introduce Dipti in Egypt? She's also our regular resident contributor.
Thank you, Neil ji. Namaste, Deepti ji. Welcome to the Healing Our Earth platform, where you are watching the 188th episode of Healing Our Earth. It's a community service channel which is promoting health, well-being, love, and compassion. Deepti Kataria is an electrical engineer graduate and is the first female president of Indian community of Egypt. She is a reader of various ancient Indian scriptures. Deepti is fluent in Hindi, Sanskrit, English, and Arabic, and used to be the physics head of department in Cairo. She has been a resident of Egypt for over 20 years. She has published her papers on various international platforms, including South Africa and India. Being a mathematician and a science enthusiast, she has regularly been invited as a public speaker in universities and on Egyptian national TV. Welcome, Deepti ji. Your topic is, I'm very excited to hear and to know you in that way, being a mathematician as well as a physicist. You have been contributing so much into Ayurveda, and I love to hear from you now. So please, let's have the presentation first, and then I'll be coming back with a chit chat session. Thank you.
Global Namaste. Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita Sharma, for kind words and welcoming me so warmly. I've been hearing the experts and doctors of Ayurveda, and there were a lot of information which I was not aware of because I'm not an Ayurvedic student. But yeah, it was very, very phenomenal. It was very, very essential for everybody to know. But unfortunately, as Dr. Ish was mentioning, it has been introduced in the school system. I wish it was there when I was a student. My topic today is more with the Vedantic system, with Vedanta, and how Ayurveda is related to Vedanta. This is what I would be talking about. So before we come to Ayurveda, we all know this, the body, our embodiment, existence itself has a limitation in time and space. And in that, we need to discover the means and sources of something that we can reunite with the source we come from, which is this universe. We came from the universe and we are going to merge back in this universe. After this body finishes, I wouldn't say after we die, after this body deteriorates. In Vedanta system, as well as in Ayurvedic system, we believe that human has a high potential, very high potential to become as big as the universe itself. In Vedanta, we constantly, in Upanishads, we are constantly studying and reading, and the basic is Yat Pinde Tat Brahmande. Whatever is in the universe is inside us, and whatever is inside us is in the universe. So we have high potential to become as big as the universe. And of course, I'm not talking about the physical level or physicality of it. It's about the consciousness. Our consciousness can be as big as the vast expanse of cosmos itself or the universe. Now, Ayurveda, as per the words, if we break the words, Ayush and Veda. Ayush is life in a very simple meaning. It means life. and Ved means knowledge. While I was reading about Ayush, it was I came across something phenomenal, and which says the Ayush not only means just the life. Ayush means something that disappears with the time, something that is moving or dynamic. Ayush also means self-preservation. It means constant survival. So Ayush can be categorized in different meanings. In Sanskrit words, meanings cannot be translated or transformed in any other language by one word. It has, series of sequence. If you learn and understand, then only you understand a very small word of Sanskrit. And this is how I get the meaning of Ayush. If we are talking about self-preservation or constant survival, survival can be at different categories, starting from cellular level. As each moment, I believe, some cell is dying and some cell are rebirthing again. Or organism level, I believe the food, as our previous speaker was saying, food is very important in our life. As we are eating, we are regaining the energy and we are rebirthing ourselves. And the finest part or the highest part of this is the spiritual level. So how are we self-preserving our spiritual level, or how are we surviving with the spiritual level through Ayurveda? And what Ayurveda teaches us about that, this is what we'll be talking about. We all have limited life, body life I'm talking about, and we all want to make it in the best of use, and we want to make it prolong. The lifespan should be long, the process should continue. And in that, what is important is the reconstruction should be happening each and every minute of this body in order to prolong the life of the body. Here, we are not just talking about the medicines or treatment or disease, because Ayurveda does not only mean just the medicines, because as I have friends and I've read about it, the illness or wellness or disease are just subsumed in the larger vision of Ayurveda. This perspective of disease and health ingrained in the terminology of the other medical systems around the world, which means traditional African medicines or traditional Chinese medicine system, or even the medicine system we are using in daily life, which is Western system. If you see carefully, they all have been confined into time and space. Where they were originated, were they born, what was the time. But Ayurveda do not say about that. Ayurveda is not being called, fortunately, it's not been called as Indian traditional medicine system, because it doesn't confines into the space and time limitation. It conveys the idea of universalism or universality around the world. It's not just limited to any time or wherever there's a life, there is Ayurveda. This is how we can understand that Ayurveda is, it's the concept, is the understanding of life. Wherever it is life, it's Ayurveda. And now Ayush, and the other word was Ved. So Ved in simple language means knowledge or information, but it is coming from the word in Sanskrit called Vit. And Vit means Sat. And what is Sat? It's deals. Sat means something that deals with what exists. Here I want you to see the technicality or the terminology been used to understand or explain the Sat itself. Sat is something that deals with what exists. Sat is something that deals with the conceptualization of what exists or conceptualization of a process itself. It also deals with the analysis. And finally, It deals with the experience. So Ved itself means, if you see, it's a knowledge cycle. It's not just a word. It's the observation. It starts from observation. And somehow, I wouldn't say it ends, but it reaches to the experience. And that's what the Veda means. So Ayurveda means Ayush and a Ved. So it's the entire understanding of what is Ayush and why we need this Ayush, and what is Ved, what is the understanding or system of Ayurveda altogether. It is actually a deeper insight into life itself. It's the same, something like same as Sanskrit, I would say, because Sanskrit doesn't mean any particular, it's also not confined to limited or to space and time. Like German means language which is spoken in Germany, or Tamil, which is spoken in Tamil Nadu, and so on. But Sanskrit simply means the language which is pure and which is well defined. So in the same way, we are going for the Ayurveda. Both of them has the character of universality. It develops the consciousness. There's a shloka which says, Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhave. So the concept is that everybody should be happy, and why everybody should be happy and how happiness matters, and why are we concerned with others' happiness or others' well-being is very well taught by COVID itself. We were all locked inside the houses because somebody else is not well, and which may, give us the virus or something and makes us unhealthy. So surroundings, everybody around us should be happy and healthy in order for us to stay happy and healthy. And this is what I understood beautifully and explained beautifully by our rishis, and said, Sarve bhavantu sukhinah. And then Sarve santu niramaya. Everybody should be healthy, bodily and with the mind. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhave. Everybody should be able to see that there is no problem, there is no disease in this world. Now, Ayurveda also explains, it is actually categorized, it can be categorized. I believe you people are experts, please correct me. This is my understanding of Ayurveda. Ayush, Arogya, and Saukhyam. So Ayush means it's all the efforts you can put to preserve the life, because we are preparing our life or preparing ourselves for the higher goals. It is actually ground zero preparation, you can say, for preparing for the bigger achievements or bigger goals, which is reuniting with the consciousness. And for that, we are focused with the Ayush, and here we are preparing our body so we can preserve this life and keep it healthy in order to focus somewhere else. Arogya is little higher, which is the absence of disease, or which can be absence from the absence of disease of mind and the body, of course. And if we go a little higher, which goes as Saukhyam, which is the transformation or inner transformation or expansion of our consciousness, which is when you are constantly happy for no reason. And that's what is, I believe, is the meaning of Saukhyam, because this is what is the word means in Vedanta. Sukhena bhavatu. When we are happy, we don't need any materialistic thing or anything to keep us happy. This is our actual, this is our inner nature to stay happy. This is our fundamental way of staying happy. I mean, to keep ourselves in a gloomy mood or keep ourselves in depression or bad mood is something that you're putting an effort to, but our inner nature itself is happiness. And this is what we are going to. Ayurveda, I believe, is giving us the life and if we are categorized into the perspective of health, so if we are having a healthy body, if we are having a healthy mind, fulfilled life in a universe, and then you are having a balance inside your body, which can resonate, which can coincide, which can live coherently with the universe. And when this is, everything is balanced, the body doesn't make noise. And now there is no noise inside the body. And when it is noiseless, then you can hear the melody of something which is little higher to what we are talking. Sometimes it's been misunderstood and misconceptualized, I would say, that it simply means bigger life, or age should be really big so we can do whatever we want in this materialistic life. As per Vedantic understanding, I get it. It's not about the bigger life. It's about the fulfilled life. How much your life is fulfilled in this world, in this universe, in a way that you can offer your life as a flower or as a prayer to the infinite cosmos, or to the vast consciousness, that you are there and you are offering yourself. If you are aware of the concept of yagya or yajna or yadnya, some people pronounce it. Yagya means wherever you are doing the offerings. So here we are not doing the offerings of flowers or any burning fuel or anything. We are offering ourselves. We are giving the samidha of ourselves to the universe. And this is what is the ultimate goal of our life, that we are in that position that we can offer ourselves to this infinite cosmos, or the vast consciousness. And when this is happening, it means we are confined, and we are not confined, sorry, and we are fulfilled with everything. We are constantly happy, and this inner happiness definitely promotes the other's happiness. There used to be stories in Puranas, I'm sure you all must have heard about the Asur. Asur used to be the one who used to ask, I need a bigger life. Nobody should be able to kill me. I need this and this and this. So this is a very Asuric pravrti, or Asuric definitions of life, which is a bigger life. It doesn't go with our Vedantic concept or with the Ayurveda. Ayurveda itself is a part of Veda, which is a Rig Veda. And definitely it's not giving or not talking about infinite life. Rather, it is talking about full life, where we can transform our consciousness completely into something that we have come here for, the reason we are here on this planet for, discover our inner sense of fulfillment, and spread it around us, around the people around us, or around the entire universe. And this is how the concept of Vasudhaiva Kautumbakam comes. When we think the universe is my family, then we want to spread it to our family. And this is, I believe, is the entire, if you see the entirety of it, it's the concept of Indian culture system. When something we have enough, then we want to give it to others. If I know enough, then I should teach it to others. Like our previous speaker, doctor, was talking that he wants to spread it in the certain part of Africa. So if we know something, we want to translate in the way they understand, be it in their language, be it in their style of picturing, be it in any way that we can translate or transform this information, knowledge, health to the entirety. And Ayurveda also talks more about, I believe, is the swasthya, which is swastha. Swastha means not just the bodily health or something. In Sanskrit, it goes as swasmin iti ishtete iti swastha. Whoever is happy with himself, or herself. Himself doesn't mean just a male or something. With himself or herself is what is swastha. So if you are swastha, then your surroundings are swastha. You are spreading the swastha nature to everybody. And to cultivate this way of life, one needs to aware of the existence of himself or herself or oneself. And we should also know the tools. How can we dispose this to others or using it? We should have the tools to use it, and we should have the tools to process it. And for that, we say the human is Purusha. Purusha means it's the epitome of universe. Purusha means in which something lives, in which something lives. Something here definitely means the Atman. So Ayurveda doesn't even just, I mean, it definitely gives how to live and how to stay healthy, how to live your life in the best way. But it's not just confined to the bodily health. It is something little more. I mean, I've heard about the panchakarma, which is, I believe, is the removing of the gross waste in the body. So if we see in Vedantic way, I mean, for cleansing process, we need to have the cleansing of bodily wastes, and then we can go further a step higher, which would be subtle waste needs to be removed. And what are those subtle waste? I believe everybody knows it. What are the subtle ways? The ignorance and ahankar, and that those subtle ways, the jealousy, and these are the subtle ways. So I think Ayurveda prepares us for a higher goal, which is the yoga, or which is the Vedanta, understanding the Vedanta and reaching to reaching to or combining with the infinite. So Ayurveda is a step for that. And when there is no waste, be a gross waste or subtle waste in the body, it definitely reduces the noises in the body. And when the noises of the body reduces, definitely, there are definitely signals of consciousness there, but we cannot hear it because it's too noisy inside and outside, definitely. So when this noise reduces, with this wastage, noise of wastage reduces, the signal of consciousness are better heard. You can say it's like Dolby Digital experience. You can have it clear, crystal clear hearing of the signals of consciousness. And because now there is no turbulence, there is no complication in metabolism, there's a calmer mind and the experience of bliss, of inner consciousness. This is what actually is the goal, and this is what is the yoga. Yoga, which has been pronounced as yoga these days, and yoga has been spread out across the globe. But unfortunately, people are only understanding this yoga as just a few asanas. Definitely, asanas are part of it. But again, that is also just confined to our, as Ayurveda says, just confined to the Ayush, only the bodily existence or body health. But yoga is this: when you hear and experience the bliss of inner self, inner consciousness, and you're reaching there, and that position or that awareness is what is yoga. And for that, of course, we need to, if you want to reduce this, everybody needs to eat well and harmonize well with the nature. And then this inner transformation would begin with the process of calming the mind, reducing the wastage, feeling happy all the time, because then only you can offer yourself, of course. And then there is a synergy happens. And this is the synergy between the yoga and the Ayurveda. When the mind is still and body is active, I think that this is what happens. This is, as everybody says, sitting is new smoking. because the prana in the body, when the body is sitting, the prana do not flow well. So the prana, to flow the prana as well, the body needs to move. And when the body is moving, the mind is still, there is an inner silence. And that time you are actually approaching where you are meant to approach. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was so great, so beautiful, well said, and so nicely presented. Thank you very much, Dr. Deepti. And your understanding about the concept of how the complete Vedanta philosophy is a part of the whole cosmos understanding about an individual. And Ayurveda being a small part of that. When we talk about Ayurveda being derived from Sankhya philosophy, which talks about the Prakriti and the Purusha, and the way beautifully you have explained about how it is important to have a calm body and a calm mind so that no noises are being heard and audible, to find peace actually within. So basically, the idea of the Vedanta philosophy, the whole system of philosophy was very true and very nicely being presented by you, that yes, the body is a medium where the soul has to take its journey actually. And for that soul journey to take its life is not about bounded by the time, because the soul doesn't have life. My and your soul or anybody's soul, Usha ji, I see, like we cannot say how young soul she has. Well, so the soul journey to be true, to have a fulfilled life is very, very essential. So what, as per your understanding, do you think that the kind of concept that an individual should hold in 2-3 lines, can you explain, that can make his life beautiful with the understanding of Vedanta philosophy?
Okay, first you talked about the Sankhya philosophy. I would just say a line about it. As from the person I've been learning Vedanta from last 7 years, actually studying and reading. So according to that, Purusha and Prakriti is same as a person watching a theater. Purusha is the one who watches Drishta, and whatever has been happening is the Prakriti. And at the best part is, after the show is over, the Prakriti merges into the Purusha itself, the energy and the matter, if you say in more technical words. So you asked, how can somebody understand the Vedanta? I think the Samatva, if you have the Samatva, which is the equiness, if you understand, as you said, Dr. Amrita, first of all, I'm not doctor, you can call me simply Deepti. I'm not that well educated, I would say. Yeah, so Dr. Amrita, Samatva means equalness. As you said, your soul and my soul. As per Vedanta, there is no your soul and there is no my soul. There is only one soul, and that is the Purusha. We are all part of it. In simple language, if you want to understand, is the space. There is only one space. If you have a pot, in that pot, there is no different space. It's just a space enclosed by that certain pot. But when the pot breaks, it merges into the infinite space. It's the same as this. So if we understand this concept, then there is no problem of understanding, or there are no inner turbulences, I would say, because if I know that you and I are same, it's just that you are having a different pot and I'm having a different pot, and eventually we are part of the same. It never was broken, it will never break, and it will merge together again after this pot would be would deteriorate or break or something. So that's what I think the Vedantas very well explains. The Samatva bhav, if you have, then there is no inner turbulence, and then there is no much issues.
True, true, very true. The samatva bhav is very important because from the space we all have been evolving, and to the space we all will be dissolving, actually. That's true. Okay, because
and we are space at the same time. It's not just
yeah,
evolving and dissolving. We are space.
yeah, true.
That's what that actually is. It's phenomenal fact. If you see and if you understand it deeply, if you just see deeply, that makes us so much powerful. That makes us feel so much, as I said, we have the ability to be as big as universe because we are universe. We are part of it. We are not just, no, not part of it. We are the universe. Aham Brahmasmi is the concept. I am the Brahma.
True. So because you are a physicist and you have been into that science field, how will you put the science phenomena in all this philosophy of Vedanta?
Actually, science is just minuscule of Vedanta, I would say, rather the physics. If you see the atomic physics or molecular physics, if you go into, it says that every atom can be subdivided into, certain atoms and this, and that is what is the Vedanta saying. It's the every particle and every atom has its own, its own significance. Every particle has its own significance and its own nature. And that's what Vedanta says. Whatever is in the universe, even every small particle or minuscule of this universe has the same significance. Nobody is, I'm just going in the Vedantic philosophy. If you go in the physics level, if you understand the physics, this is what they talk about. How atoms have the energy. Einstein proved at, relativity, theory of relativity, if you say, or if you say E equals mc square, this is all coming from Vedantic concept that matter and energy can be, transformed into each other. And this is what he said. If you transform the matter into energy, what amount of energy you will get from a very small atom is what is the E square is equal to mc square. So, they're very much relative, and rather science still on the path of, or rather in the journey of reaching towards Vedanta, but it will, I don't know whether it will be able to conceptualize all the concepts, but yes, if we understand Vedanta, the physics is definitely very, very easy to understand.
Thank you. I open the session to the panelists if they have any comments, else we move forward. Thank you, Deepti ji. That was so insightful, sir. Ish sir, do you have any comments? Would you like to please say?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Wonderful, Deepti ji, and it was a pleasure listening to you. I really could not be fortunate to go through all of your talk, but I did listen to it from here and there. And maybe this can be a very important topic where we can have a separate session upon like various philosophies and Ayurveda, like what has got like Nyaya Darshan to contribute to Ayurveda, or Yoga, or Samkhya, Mimamsa, etc. can be taken. And also from the Gnostic Darshanas, we can take what Charvak has to offer to, has got to offer to Ayurveda, and Jain and Bodh. So all those the schools of philosophies can be taken, including atheist, and then we'll see that Ayurveda was never like a religious text. There are many instances where it does not believe in God. It does not recognize God. And on the other hand, in the when it borrows something from yoga, then it does recognize God also. So surely this can be a very interesting and a full day topic, at least maybe 3 to 4 hours at least, where we can invite the stalwarts like Deepti ji, and we have got a few more. And Amrita, you could be looking forward to hosting such a special day.
Thank you, Ish. That was wonderful. Dipti, very well done. Ish, while you are here, as often as I do, we actually get projects going, like we plan to do Uganda at the end of this year. Dipti, while you are there in Egypt, and because you are our Egypt member there, Dipti, you can explore with the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health. Ish has got a very good module that he is implementing in Mauritius with the government of Mauritius. Ish, of course, is from the IS Ministry. So he is also representing India for there. It would be very nice if in Egypt, in a subtle way, because depending how Ayurveda is taken over there, you can start exploring, and I will exchange numbers between you, Amrita, and Ish, so that we can start exploring now, and by maybe next year, we can get the local embassy, Indian embassy getting involved with Ish, with Amrita, and we can develop a model that we can either bring into the education system and or the local ethnic community with the Indian diaspora that can go and spread the word of Ayush. So not just Ayurveda, yoga, Unani, homeopathy, the whole lot, okay? So Dipti, here is an opportunity. You are quite well connected with the local media and the community and university. So here is another project coming on the way, and let Healing Our Earth bring love, unity, peace, harmony all over the globe we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil. But I just want to add on, Ayurveda and traditional African medicines, they are being already been in the process of, I believe, a process of merging and, adding a syllabus to South African universities. And I am already part of it. It's called Africa Study Center. And although I'm not an Ayurvedic person, as I'm sure you must have got it, but I am the core member of Africa Study Center. So I'm handling that project as well. I believe Dr. Ish must be talking.
So that is the exact point, Dipti, why I'm chatting to you, because now you've got Ayurveda experts. You will also see another one at 5 o'clock, Shantala, and there are others. We got too many experts in Healing Our Earth. We got a panel as well, which is a board member that are working. So you will now be backed by people from Ayush Ministry and also educationalists and people who are adapt to creating curriculum. So we'll keep in contact wherever you've got a chance or wherever you got an input. You can introduce the right people and let's develop this model and spread the word, because Ayurveda is now shortly going to be accepted by many countries as one of the first alternative medicine in their local health ministries. So let's explore that. We'll keep in touch. Dipti, well done. Meanwhile, Pallavi has got a question. Pallavi, unmute yourself and your comment or your question. Over to you.
Yeah, Deepti, it was a very amazing session. I felt very happy to hear and to learn from you. I have been reading the books called The Power of Subconscious Mind, The Power of Atomic Habits, and the many more books like those who are working on a modern, especially energy medicine. They are all talking about that, taking all the history from the Vedanta, but they are giving the evidence of a modern medicine, plus so-called energy medicine. It was really very knowledgeable and enlightening. Thank you. I felt very happy. I would like to do more work with you and to explore. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Pallavi. Thank you.
So Pallavi, shortly you will have Dipti's WhatsApp number. Do exchange ideas. Remember to bring Healing Our Earth at forefront, and let's promote all this networking that we create with each other. Ish, if you can maybe guide Dipti at her convenience and your convenience, how maybe she can start exploring her contact with South Africa, which we have a base at anyway, and Kenya, but we can explore because Egypt is something where Dipti is, so we can explore that. So Amrita, you already are connected with Pallavi. Do keep in touch with her. Ish, shortly you will be getting the WhatsApp for Dipti. So now let's know more about Ish's work so we can understand and other people can do so. Amrita, over to you. Dipti, hang around. You can ask questions, everything as you can, Pallavi. And over to you, Amrita. Thank you.
Thank you, Neelji. So it was really wonderful, Ish sir, to know about all your efforts that you have been putting it. I was asking, taking up my question again, I was asking about the yoga meditation and mantra chanting curriculum, which has been implemented by you. Can you please throw some light on that?
Yes. See, introducing yoga was not easy, because the yoga, like there are so many yoga schools and yoga thoughts, and many people believe, oh, this is something like Hinduism, etc. And there are it is such a mixed ethnicity. Like Mauritius has got Chinese population, has got African people, has got a lot of Islamic followers as well. So to begin with, because this was for the first time, they had to keep it very neutral. So that is where what we did was, we lifted something from the Ministry of Ayush called Common Yoga Protocol. On June 21st, 125 countries are performing the same 45-minute protocol called Common Yoga Protocol. All the countries, because the United Nations has declared in 2016 this June 21st to be the International Day of Yoga. So that being recommended by the United Nations and being already followed by many countries, we simplified and we just duplicated it. And we did not make any change for this to be more acceptable. And as some students grow more into yoga, then I have proposed like a national level yoga competitions, like for like a group of grade 1, 2, 3, 4, a group of grade 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll be having like national level competitions where the students will have to dwell deeper into difficult asanas. They have to perform, they have to outperform others in an attempt to be the winner. So we are starting it with very simplistic procedures, and eventually we'll be building up with those who are more keen into this, Amrita.
Right, sir. And you told me a few times back, a few days back, about the herbal garden that you have recently added in the flora of Mauritius. Please tell us a little bit more about that.
Okay, great. Because Ayurveda was recognized in Mauritius in the year 1989. And because I told there are many advantages of being in a small country. So we are like very regularly meeting the Prime Minister, the President, ministers, and all the lawmakers, etc. Because it's such a small country. You are born here, you live here, you die here. All your colleagues, your family, friends, relatives, everything is in this small island only. So I happened to see Honorable His Excellency the President of Mauritius, and I was discussing with him, why not to bring up an Ayurveda garden at your presidential palace, at the official residence of the President of Republic of Mauritius. And he was very keen. And then he stated that, okay, let's bring up an Ayurvedic garden. And I want to show every country guest coming to me, I want to showcase to them the potential the medicinal herbs have got. Now, the uniqueness is, this is the first Ayurvedic garden in any presidential palace in the world. Every presidential palace has got many gardens. They have got some medicinal plants also. They can call it medicinal corner. They can call it herbal plant, like herbal medicine, whatever. But by the title Ayurvedic garden, this is first in the world. Even India doesn't have it. So this is how the term Ayurveda has been pitched very high by His Excellency the President. And I suggested a list of 80 herbs, out of which 57 were procured locally, and 23 I have requested the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India to send to us. So 57 have been planted, and I invite you all to Mauritius to pay a visit to see our Ayurvedic garden at the President's Palace, and you surely will like it. Amrita.
That's really wonderful and an amazing effort on your part, sir. So apart from this, let me just have a little chit chat in the basis of what kind of foods did you explore after coming to Mauritius, and what is the most delicious things that people of Mauritius love to have?
Unfortunately, Mauritians do not have like a very healthy diet and lifestyle. See, most of the time you see them when they are having their lunch, very rarely they cook fresh food. They buy from markets, and then most of them would be having it with 1 liter of Coca-Cola. They are eating their burger, etc., and they are drinking 1 full liter of this a soft drink at public places. So food habits are very erratic, and that is where I have been, like, in last 18 months, I have given 30 television talks on the national television regarding only preventive Ayurveda, how to eat right, and then regarding diseases also. So food, as Ayurveda says, is the biggest medicine. So I believe if we keep on talking about it over the television or radio or public meetings or socio-cultural organizations, someone will someday listen to us. Some take time to listen, but eventually we can make a change in their dietary habits. And I am planning a very small vocational training program with the University of Mauritius for the Mauritian population, where I'll be training them upon right eating, Ayurveda dietetics. Let's see how far does it go.
Right, sir. Thank you. Pallavi, do you have any comments? Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, Amrita, I do have some compliments to give Isha. I have been working as an assistant professor in Government Nature and Yoga Medical College. There I had a dream that I have to explore other countries and to implement yoga protocol everywhere. Because we deal with all the ailments like non-communicable diseases and lifestyle-induced diseases. The yoga is helping them a lot. So I felt very happy that when Sir has trying to put his complete efforts to extend his shoulders to implement the syllabus all over the world. It's a so great opportunity for yoga and naturopaths. So I'm proud and I'm so happy, sir, to hear from you that you are putting so much effort, and I'm glad to know you about you that. Seriously, it's not only taking the Ayurveda system, you are taking naturopathy and yoga system into another level, where our students are getting only less salary and limiting themselves here. So we are just studying Ayurvedic medicine and we are limiting only India. Now, if you do that in other countries, they get an opportunity. When I was in the UK, I have been to like Manchester University, Oxford University, Leeds, and also Sohas. Sohas also, they have implemented masters in yoga. So only few universities are doing a master's and also PhD also. So if we give an opportunity and if we take the responsibility to implement in like Cambridge, Oxford and all, we can also take the credit also. We can also do a lot of things which is beneficial for everyone. Thank you so much. I felt very happy.
Thank you very much for the kind words, Ms. Pallavi. Actually, the beauty is, once a country has accepted it, it's easier for other countries to follow suit. You know, like someone very nice, very good talking, after all, is an individual. He might not be well heard of, paid attention to. But when a country, a system has accepted it, it's easier for other countries to follow. I'm in very keen discussions with Ms. Deepti with the South Africa Medical Research Council, SAMRC. I am having regular online meetings with them, and I am pitching the same module. Actually, I would be requesting you all to simply duplicate it. You need not create anything. We just exchange ideas. Maybe if you want me to be over, then my High Commission can pay all the expenses in Mauritius, Indian High Commission in Mauritius. They can send me to your country where I'll be presenting it to your education ministry, your health ministry, where we both, or we three, or we four of us can go as a team, and we pitch it to them and we show them the brighter side. So something like that can be and should be duplicated in as many countries as we can. And for sure, Yoga demand will rise once every country wants some yoga practitioner. Every city will require yoga experts, and then their like as you told, market value. They are not paid very handsome salary sometimes. They will have all the doors open to them. So let's hope for the best.
Yeah, one more thing is in every university in the UK, they have a yoga sessions. Like, they have a separate sessions, like they have classes, like a well-being classes, yoga classes, Pilates classes, whatever the classes they have. It's like that yoga is also becoming mandatory in all the Western universities, especially in the UK, where I was there for 1.5 years. I'm not having idea about the like European countries, but I felt very happy when I was in UK that like it's like people are exploring. I could see that around more than 25 students per session. It was so amazing to connect with the like-minded who are like very much interested to explore and to learn our philosophies. And you are doing great.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes, Deepti ji, what you any comments, please?
Thank you, Professor Ish. It was wonderful. I was just wondering, as I've been reading about Ayurveda and the yoga has still been, I mean, not reached to every person, but still has, reached to quite many on this planet. But Ayurveda hasn't. Although this is, I believe and I understand, this is the stepping stone towards the yoga. I mean, first step is to understand the Ayurveda. First step is to understand the body, and then little go higher, and then you understand the yoga. So what possibly the reason, or what are the, future plans of, implementing Ayurveda? I think Ayurveda is not just medical system or students of medicine should read about it. It's more of the living the life in a right way, as you yourself said it. So what are the policies or, things which are being done, or plans to expand it across the globe? I'm sorry, my question might be a little...
No, this is so relevant. See, why yoga is like more popular than Ayurveda? Because yoga is non-medicinal. You don't require to regulate it because you don't put anything into your mouth, So you are moving your hands and you are moving your shoulders, so no one objects to it. That is why like not being independent of any products, yoga is more popular, one thing. And yoga, I personally believe yoga is way bigger than Ayurveda. I very strongly believe this, because the way yoga can control, regulate your mind, it's like surely Ayurveda is always looking up to it, and Ayurveda does follow yoga. And the other issue is, because when a country recognizes a healthcare system, then they have to register the doctors, and they have to label them as physicians or healers or doctors, and then they have got all their rights, and then they say, okay, we are entitled to medicate the patients also. And that is where countries are going a bit slow. Prime Minister Modi ji did speak last year that Ayurveda is India's gift to the world, and we all are the brand ambassadors for Ayush, Ayurveda and yoga especially. So we are in no smaller position. Everyone has got a very significant say. Only we need to have the courage to go and knock at the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education. Okay, this is I want to propose this to you. Let them say, no, we don't need it. But we have to reach out to them, and we have to go to the policymakers, because the change would start from the top. And Mauritius can be one model where we can be officially like represented by the Indian High Commissions, by the Indian government, by the Ayush Ministry in every country. So again, we are hoping for the best. Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's very right. The policies are very important, and the way you have been putting the things in a very simplified way, that is very important, because Ayurveda is so vast, yoga is so vast, and the technicalities, people get confused with it. But I think the way you have been explaining these things, it's perfectly very simple, and the implementation in a simpler way can be easily followed up at many countries to take it as a benchmark to follow all these things in a simplified version, and so that the future generation can look into it and seek how well they can utilize the beauty of nature and the utilization of nature, rather than the Coca-Colas, as you said, and to drink more water compared to that, and to breathe the pranas rather than the air conditions. So in that way, that will be very useful. All right. I would just one last question before you move. Just some small personal question. What do you love the best in Mauritius?
The weather.
The weather. Okay.
Yeah. And not the food.
Right. So that
But
means
because I am a nice cook, so food is not an issue. But weather is awesome. Yeah.
Yes, I know you are a good cook. Well, your mother is also a very good cook. So, so okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Ish. That was wonderful. Apart from Ish loving Mauritius, the weather, I'm sure Ish has met so many friends down there, and he's actually making a very good headway into the curriculum. Ish, we wish you all the best, and let's explore and get more countries in. And the sooner we do, the better it is. Amrita, let's remind the viewers that we are live streaming on YouTube, Facebook, website, Twitch, Periscope. So anybody can connect to us. The same links become recorded links later. Today is a Mother's Day in India. So a very beautiful Mother's Day all over the globe. You don't have to be in India. Wherever you are, and if you are a mother, if you are going to be a mother-to-be, we love you because you are the nature's God's gift to us. It was also on Friday, the World Nurses Day. So what a wonderful job they did during the COVID, but they still keep on contributing to the betterment of humanity. So Amrita, it's all to you, and I think you've also got a little presentation for us, so maybe it's time to have that now before we go to our another expert, Shantala in Latvia.
Thank you, Neilji. Before I move further, a very cuddly and warm wishes of Mother's Day to everybody. I, being a mom, and I see the globe being the Mother Earth. So blessed are we that the God has given us this wonderful nature and the beautiful moms that we have around the globe, who had been so lovely, caring, nurturing, and nice. So because today is Mother's Day, and my little one in the morning greeted me with a small poem from Rudyard Kipling, I would like to read that poem to everybody. It says, if I were hanged on the highest hill, mother o' mine, I know whose love will follow me still. Mother o' mine, if I were drowned in the deepest sea, mother o' mine, I know whose tears would come down to me. Mother o' mine, if I were damned of the body and the soul, I know whose prayers would make me whole. Mother o' mine, And then he just kissed me and cuddled me and thanked me. And I thank my mom for being here and presenting you all this marvelous poem. So it was a very beautiful poem, which reminds me how caring, how nurturing, and how compassionate mothers are. The love and the selfless love that they give to their children is beyond any comparison, that can never be fulfilled by any of the treasures of the world. So keep loving your moms and your grannies and your grandmas, and give them good cuddles and have some pies for them and celebrate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. That was wonderful. How old is your son?
My son is 10 years old and the older one is 13 years old. So I've got two sons.
Well, what a wonderful mother you are. Make sure that you give him a cuddle back and say, we at Healing Our Earth love the poem he played, a poem you recited. Let's tell Amrita, before you move on to your presentation, let's tell our viewers some of the future events that are happening at Healing Our Earth. So if you can just tell us
Sure.
about them, and here they go.
So we have the future events which are coming very shortly. On 21st of May, the Sunday, we are celebrating the World Baking Day at 2 p.m. BST onwards. Make sure your presence is there and cheer with us with the cakes. We are having our next episode of Healing Our Earth platform, which is a community service platform. We all are celebrating the World Environment Day on the 4th June 2023, which is the Sunday, again with 2 p.m. BST onwards. Beat plastic pollution, that theme. Thank you. Our next visit will be a session on well-being and wellness for healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind, which is on the 11th of June 2023 at 2 p.m. BST onwards. Followed by the celebration of International Yoga Day Special, which will be live on 18th June 2023 at 2 p.m. BST onwards. Followed by the celebration of the day, because it's so special. On 25th June, again, the episode of International Yoga Day at 2 p.m. BST onwards. We have the live Guru Purnima special to pay the obscenes and show the gratitude to our gurus on 2nd July 2023, 2 p.m. BST onwards. As all our celebrations are on Sunday, and we come live on Sunday through this platform, which is a community service platform at Healing Our Earth, sharing love, compassion, and loads of topics that rush on the basis of health, wellness, well-being, healing, as well as nurturing, loving, and caring. Join live on all these sessions at various channels. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. That was wonderful. So you just mentioned a few of our future events. And now, before we go to Shantala, another professor from the Ayush Ministry as well, who Professor Ish Sharma was very kind enough to introduce to us, you've got about 20 minutes to present your thoughts, which I think you've got something for us. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. I brought a very small thing to show today as a presentation, and I think it's very important. So we definitely look into a lot of aspects of our life. We deal with a lot of health problems, which are very major problems. We had been talking about cancer. We had been talking about diabetes. We had been talking about arthritis. My presentation is a little on a very small thing, which is called as nails. So here we are with my 20 minutes of presentation. I hope you all can see my presentation. So nails and the health and Ayurveda, what it has to talk about, let me tell you.
So Amrita, just before you move ahead, can you please maximize it so it gets the complete screen?
Sure.
Thank you. Beautiful. And I can see well manicured nails there. Please go ahead and tell us more about it.
Thank you. Did you know that your nails can reveal clues to your overall health? Well, they do. They have an important role to play when it comes to talk about your nails. Nails, apart from being just a beauty consideration in the world, has a lot to say about a lot of things. Let's see the Ayurvedic perspective of nails. Well, you all know about Ayurveda, where it has been divided into Vata, Pitta, Kapha, which talks about how airy people have their body features, or the fiery people have their body features, or the water and earth element people have their body features. Let me take you to a natural way to know what kind of nails do you have. A Vata nail. A Vata nail basically are very tender. They break very often. They remain very dry, and their cuticle is quite rough. And there are the moons sometimes, which are indicated on the nails, which might come, might not come as well, are the sign of Vata people's nails. They mostly have to take care of them because they break very often.
Amrita, can you tell our viewers who are not necessarily from Indian origin, what is Vata, Pitta, Kapha, so they know what you are talking about? Thank you, Ava.
Yes. A Vata person is a person who will have a high elemental space and air, because the whole concept of Ayurveda is based on the 5 elements, and these 5 elements is space, the air, the fire, the water, and the earth. The space and the air makes a word called as Vata, which is a Sanskrit word. The fire is termed as Pitta in Ayurveda, which is again a Sanskrit word. And air and water combination makes the Kapha, which is again a Sanskrit word. So when we decide the constitution of what we are made up of, each one of us have these 5 elements in different proportions, and they reveal our identity, which is the epigenetic formation of the DNA, which comes inherent from our parents. And so a Vata person who has comparatively high air and space element will have a representation of different body features, but particularly I'm talking about nails for now. So I'm discussing about that. A Pitta person means a person who has a high fire element, and these people have a very good oily skin. Therefore, their nails are pretty pink. It's quite oily, and they have a large moon. The moon is the symbolization of something that comes at the top of your nail. They're quite shiny and flexible. Now, when we talk about people who are with a water and earth element as a higher level compared to other elements, these people have a strong build and have thick, strong nails which do not break easily. They are well lubricated and sometimes may not have the moons as a sign, but which show sometimes a sluggish digestion and metabolism. As these nails are divided in people based on their constitutions, or more or less some diseases which are very common in the nails because we don't take care of them, are as follows. Like the skin of our nails, too, it tells a lot about what diseases and symptoms we are having. A healthy nail has a pink nail bed and aren't easily broken, which is white looking, and the brittle nails may indicate some other stuff. Low level of zinc or thyroid problems or iron problems whatsoever. With age as well, our nails change. And so Ayurveda very well describes it under nail analysis, which is called as Naka Pariksha, which is commonly a diagnostic tool for healing through Ayurveda. If you see this nail, there has a horizontal transition or transverse grooves, which talks about a strong infection or illness or a disease that a person might have had earlier or is coming forth. Then you see the brown coloration of the nail. Now, well, this brown coloration may vary from an injury that you can get anytime, which you might be aware, which you might not be aware. But apart from that, it can be in many other conditions like pregnancy, trauma, racial variations, where in some races of people, you can find the coloration which is brown. Sometimes you may have viral warts. You can have skin cancer, which might show a sign. You may also have thyroid problem, which is hyperthyroidism, Addison's disease, growth hormones dysfunctions, as well as photosensitivity, which may cause a brown coloration of the nail. Apart from that, intensive intake of tobaccos, bacterial infection, use of hair dyes may give a brown coloration to your nail, or silver nitrate solution, use of henna on the hair may also give that. African people may have a more melancholia because of the dark complexion. It may vary from the iron levels to the lupus disease to HIV or a nail infection. So if you get any brown discoloration on your nail, make sure you see that. Moons. Sometimes the moons are missing, sometimes the moons you have. So all those listeners who are listening and watching me basically must pay attention whether you have the moon or not. It may be there by birth, but might be missing with the age. So if it is missing, it might indicate some Agni issues. So your Agni might be low or your digestive fire might be low. You must watch yourself whether you're feeling that kind of a low Agni or not. The moons seem to be very larger sometimes. It is nothing to worry, but it's just is a pitta people might have. So the people with high fire element, which is high metabolism, might have a big moon in their hands. So you can watch into your hands and see whether you have a big moon, which might indicate hyperacidity to a little diarrhea kind of conditions. Vertical ridges. Some people, if you must have watched your friends on the restaurants or in the classes or on the places where on the dining tables where people are eating, apart from the nail paints, they show a lot of things. So if there are longitudinal ridges, that may come from aging to a cell turnover where it needs more nurturing. It is not a dangerous thing. You need not to worry. There might be some eczema sometimes that might come. So you need to see that. Everything a nail tells, from a parrot-shaped nail where you can see in the picture to a brittle nail, has to be dealt with care, because there might be certain conditions which are coming mentally or physically, which may cause this kind of an issue. Yellow colored nail. Sometimes this yellow colored may be prolonged because of smoking. It can be due to fungal infection in your nail. It can be due to any other medical condition, lung disease, arthritis, as well as some other diseases which may cause yellow coloration of the nails. Sometimes overuse of nail removers, when you put a lot of nail paints and you remove them, then also it gives a yellow coloration to your nails. A fungal infection, you must watch out. And specifically for the people who have diabetes and stuff, you must see. If suddenly on your nail there are pitted beds which are seen, may indicate psoriasis, eczema, some kind of deficiencies, inflammation, or protein or folic acid deficiency. You must watch out for your nutrition profile in case any of these things, they erupt on your nails. This is an aged person nail. When we get aged, the tissues start to degenerate, and therefore, as it said, with old age, the vata increases, means the air element naturally increases. So it drives away all the water, and therefore your nails start to shrink and mold and change. Make sure you have a good pedicure at that time as well to keep your nails healthy and they get a right nutrition at every stage of life. Menopause. Whenever a woman has menopause, there are many changes that takes place in the body. Apart from that, your nails might also change. You may need more nourishment and more health. And because of the low estrogen levels, which is brought on you by the menopause, can lead to dehydration and brittle and weak nails, or it may affect the keratin too. Therefore, at menopausal stage, if your nails are turning up dry, you must look into. Raynaud's disease. Raynaud's syndrome is a kind of a disease where the supply of the blood vessels to the periphery gets stopped. And in that, what happens? There is numbness and there is no blood supply. And due to that issue of low blood supply, because the blood supply to your fingers is coming from the main body, and in that one part of the body is not getting a good blood supply. And in that case, the nail may also be affected. So if you are suffering or anybody around you is suffering from Raynaud's disease, make sure you tell them about how to protect their nail. Some common causes of brittle nails. Thyroid levels. You must check your thyroid levels. If you have hypothyroidism, then in that case, you might have brittle nails. Not enough nourishment. Your diet is based on a lot of superficial stuff and you're not nourishing yourself well with the diet. In case of vitamin, calcium, proteins, then also you may have dry nails. This is a very specific example of an anemic person's nails. So if your blood iron levels are falling down, and that indicates that your nails have changed. You can very well see in the image, they become a crescent moon shape and they are turning around. And that change in the texture of your nail may indicate that you are anemic. Apart from that, they will be paler as well. So the pink thing which you see on your nail might also change if you are anemic. Washing utensils, putting water on your hands frequently, all the time. If you're into any of these professions or industries where your hands are pretty moist by time to time because of chemicals or because of the detergents, then you must take precautions because that is also leading to brittle nails. People who are receiving chemotherapies may also get brittle nails. So make sure all the cancer survivors we have been talking on this platform of Healing Our Earth a lot about cancer and chemotherapies. So people who are taking chemotherapies, their nails must be taken care. Too much of nail paints are always dangerous. So leave them alone sometimes. They need their freedom as well as artificial nail implantations also are very harmful, though for a while they look very beautiful and they can be put on, but frequent use of them may damage the cuticle of your nails, the blood supply, as well as the skin. Diabetic foot, diabetes, as we had been discussing a lot about it, because in diabetes, the sugar levels are high, the metabolism has changed. It causes the veins to have a reduced blood supply because of diabetic neuropathies. People might have low blood supply in their foot, which may cause a small injury, may cause a nail infection, which may aggravate. And in my course of experience, I have seen people where we had to amputate the feet of individual patients because of gangrene, which just started from a small nail infection. And there are a lot of people who have nail infections. They don't come to know because either they are using wrong footwear, or they're using socks all the time, their foot are covered, or they're in a damp environment where they are not aerating their feet and they're not taking care of them. So if you have diabetes, you need to take special precautions on that, because a small injury, which might not be painful even, can lead to a severe issue. Going to a salon can be damaging your DNA. This is one of the articles which was latestly published on 7th January 2023. And I would like to cover that article. DNA damage and somatic mutations can be caused by the UV radiations which are used in the salons for drying up the nails. So this is one of the very hot topics that everybody should look into. And before going into a salon, make sure that you don't go into all these therapies that might lead to cancer-like conditions. Takeaways. Wear gloves whenever you need to work, but they must have a cotton lining below because it will help in aeration. Biotin supplements are very useful. Acrylic nails basically should not be used for a long time. And an average, a good protein diet should be taken. Nail art too much is also dangerous. Make sure you use a good nail remover when you are working with the nails. And the proteins can be taken multiplying your weight by pounds by 0.36. coat a clear polish. Sometimes some nylon fiber polishes are good for strengthening the nails. These polishes have got biotin and other vitamin E and supplements that can be beneficial. So once in a while using them is okay for shining the nails. Don't use the nails for tooling stuff. We hardly bother when you have to open the can or the lid of the bottle. We just use our nails and we don't pay attention. And later when these things aggravate, we feel the effect of it. So make sure you use your fingers and not the nails for hurting. Stop nail biting. Nail biting is a very common issue which we feel, which is related to stress, anxiety. People who are vata tendency, most of the time with air and space elements, have got a lot of anxieties, and you see them biting the nails all the time. And therefore, identifying your triggers, like what triggers you for biting your nails, must be looked up, because otherwise they can be inflamed, they can be infected. And moreover, if you have not trimmed your nails, the infection from the nail bed can directly go to your stomach and can cause infections varying from simple gastrointestinal issues to worms and lot more. So when you are biting your nails or you see children, you must find the triggers, what holds them behind when they put their fingers on the mouth. Keep your nails short, trimmed, use a good nail cutter, and make sure you have a good hygiene and health conditions for that. Leave a little bit more of a nail so that it doesn't end up on the cuticle, otherwise it will pain a lot. And therefore, some Ayurveda tips for healthy nails that I have for everybody is that because nail is considered to be a waste product of the body, improper diet has been reported to cause many nail disorders and creating vertical grooves, discolorations on the nail beds and stuff. And so an increased consumption of healthy leafy vegetables, spinach, dairy products, nuts, sesame seeds, sunflower seeds is very beneficial because they are rich in vitamins, vitamin E and stuff. There is a very useful cream that you can use. It is called as Shatadhatagritam. Shatadhatagritam means 1,000 times the cleaned ghee, which is a clarified butter. You can get it off any company or any stuff, but Shatadhatagritam is very useful, and you can use it as a cream that you can put on your nails and the cuticle and then rub them and leave them overnight. It is quite healthy, and you can put it on the skin as well. Ayurveda manicure and pedicure tips. You can use sesame oil, you can use coconut oil, you can use avocado. If you don't have anything, you can use yogurt and a little bit of sea salt and lemon. So you can have a bowl of not very cold water, but a room temperature water or slightly lukewarm water, and that you can sprinkle a little bit of Epsom salt or sea salt and add on to that a few drops of lemon and the oil of your choice. That would help to nourish. Leave your hands for around 5 to 10 minutes and then wash out. Ayurvedic herbs are very beneficial, like neem, guruchi, amla, khadira, gugulu, as well as ashwagandha. There is triphala, lemon juice. All these things can be very beneficial. Some foods, buckwheat, kale, pumpkin seeds, flax seeds, lentils, almonds, beans, quinoa, tofu, because they are protein rich, they are vitamin rich foods, can help. The final takeaways. Can I just finish off, ma'am?
Sorry about that, Amrita.
Okay, no problem.
Shantanalaji, can you please switch off your share screen because she's still in a session. Go ahead, Amrita. Amrita, we have received a very good comments from people. They're enjoying this nail because it's very specific, very succinct. Sorry about that. You can please.
Could you please just finish it up? Yes.
Yes.
So to soften your skin, you can rub almond oil as well as coconut oil and pinch of amla powder, a little bit of neem and honey. Massaging your nails and cuticles with olive oil is very beneficial. Then moisturizing your cuticle always moisten your cuticles. So whenever you wash your hands, make sure you have moisturizer or a clarified butter or any oil which you can use on the cracked and peeled up skin, which you can use. Protruding any nail parts should be neatly clipped up, and don't make sure you pull them or you break them like that. And if you have acetone-free nail polish removers, use them with aloe vera and lavender. Thank you.
Amrita, this was such a good, very nice, like I said, succinct, very clear presentation. Maybe we bring it back on the well-being wellness session, because this is a very specific part and everybody can very easily inspect their nails without getting too much concern. And then if they fail, they've got very obvious signs, they can start taking the due diligence or maybe go to the physician or a doctor, whichever country they are in, and get proper advice. So I think it's fantastic presentation. Thank you. Very well done.
Thank you very
We
much.
will also broadcast it in social media. When you get a chance, just WhatsApp the same to me. Let's move on to Latvia. So if you could introduce Shantala, and
Yes.
then we can have her presentation. Over to you, Amrita. Thank you.
Thank you. Global Namaste, Shantala ji. I had been talking on phone with you just, but it's a pleasure to have you. So before we move for having Shantala ji on our platform again, I would like to read a small biography of her. Professor Shantala Priyadarshini is a postgraduate from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. I had the privilege of being invited as Ayurveda eye expert to Maharishi Vedic University. She is a popular teacher of Ayurveda, writer, clinician. Her articles for public and scientific community provided recognition invitations to Southern University of Australia, Adelaide. Guided to draft Ayurveda syllabus for certificate courses, degrees, post-graduation in India, Netherlands, and UK. She has a master's in Ayurveda, Sanskrit, and environmental sciences, has to her credit many books, articles, and awards. Shantala ji is a renowned clinician globally, and her patients seek her consultation for multiple sclerosis, Alzheimer's disease, medical management in surgical conditions. Her specialization is in the management of diabetic complications and eye problems. Presently, she is deputed by the Government of India as Ayurveda professor to the University of Latvia. So please welcome Shantala ji on Healing of Our Earth platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amrita. It was a very good presentation that you just finished.
Thank you.
I would just pick up my presentation.
Yes, please have your time, and then I'd love to chit chat with you after that to know more about Latvia and you. Thank you.
Where did I put my presentation?
So Amrita, while Professor Shantala is trying to locate her presentation, remember we will need to bring these nails back into the wellness and well-being session, where I think it will be very useful. So Shantala, you are already in Latvia, and what a wonderful work you are doing on behalf of the government of India.
Did I get my presentation?
Well, you need to share the screen. Select your presentation, go at the bottom, share screen. Earlier you did do when Amrita was presenting, but we forced you out because she was still talking. So you can now share screen, look at the bottom taskbar, the green button, select your presentation and share screen. So what is your topic today, Shantala?
That would be on detoxification. So where is the...
Okay, while you're looking at it, Amrita, you can come on and let's just chit chat, and as soon as Shantala finds her presentation, we can do that. So the nail presentation, Amrita, very obvious, And I think it's very important that people can visually examine. They don't have to panic. Sometimes there could be other circumstances. If you had a trauma or your nail has come from your nail bed, you can create some other stuff. It may not necessarily be linked with other diseases, but you need to be very specific when you go to your physicians. But yes, nail is very important. I wanted to ask you one thing, because part of the beauty of nail, I think, yes, we have got the presentation. If you can maximize your screen, please. Professor Shantala, if you can maximize
Yes,
your
yes, yes.
screen.
Now it's done.
Perfect, beautiful. Go ahead and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So to begin with, I would like to congratulate Healing Earth because of a presentation doing so well done. And before I could start off, we have 7 type of mothers which are recognized in India. One is the earth, and that is what healing of earth is presenting. So earth is the first mother, and then Datri, as you have been telling about the nurse. So the nurse is the second mother, and then Guru Patni, Rajaputri, Veda Mata, Guru Patni, and then we have cow, the Go Mata. So we have so many 7 types of Go Matas that we revere in India. And it was a very beautiful evening that we started with. So here I would be presenting about seasonal detoxification, especially because I am in Europe. I have been trying to focus on what type of Panchakarma detoxification will be beneficial for which part. So we say Ayurvedo Amrutanam. In Charaka Samhita, we have got the different types of Amrutas, exhalers. So we have Madhu, Gruta, so many Amrutas, and among the best is Ayurveda. When God made human beings, as we wanted to have a vehicle. When you buy a vehicle, you have to have a booklet saying how it should be used. So to use the human person, a human vehicle, we have Ayurveda given to us by God. So we don't know the date of Ayurveda. So in brief, when we say what is Ayurveda, it is not some simple massage. It's not some simple colon cleansing. It is not some, just as Ayurveda, yoga has got different connotations and sometimes very wrongly so. So also Ayurveda is getting very wrong recognition, but it is our duty to set it right so that Sarve Santu Niramaya, as Madam Deepti was saying so well, we want the whole world to be healthy and happy. So when we think of detoxification, we have to understand what are the types of detoxification. What will be the time duration that I can speak for in this session? Mr.
So please carry on. Don't worry about time. Even if it's 30 more minutes, don't worry. Over to you.
Okay. So we will be speaking about types of detoxification, seasonal, climate change, and what should be, as per the age also, we recognize the season, the infant, the teenager, adult, senior citizen, so on. So according to that also, we decide detoxification. But why detoxification is because we have been taking a lot of junk food, adopting all wrong lifestyle. So, but even healthy people need detoxification because of the climate change, because of the seasonal changes that impacts. So disease is to be taken care of. We have to have maximum cellular health. So when we see the definition of swastha, it means prasanna atmindriya manaha. Apart from all that, the atma, indriya, manaha, and then the doshas, dhatus, everything needs to be in homeostasis. Then it is health. So detoxification is not just throwing out toxic material, by making it into smaller particles and throwing it out. It is like bringing back rejuvenation of body and mind. So we have to understand, is it for all, and it should be done, why it should be done. Endotoxins and toxins are always getting into our body by sometimes by our own mistake and sometimes by the climate wherein we have no say, and we have some things we need to be taken care of. Drugs to be detoxified include antibiotics, cardiac drugs, steroids, carcinogens. It could be food or it could be medicines. So, carcinogenic uh, medicine used as chemotherapy could also cause a lot of cancers. So, food derivatives, food dyes, preservatives, artificial sweeteners, alcohols, chemicals, cosmetic drugs, all these are going to cause toxic material in the body, and that we need to throw out. So it is called Shodhana. We have Shodhana is not show your money. Today it has become very popular. It has become a spa culture. So expelling toxins from the nearest root, very systematically, cautiously, seasonally, scientifically, is known as Panchakarma special detoxification. So why we need Panchakarma? Everybody would have found out what this means. All the junk food I have put in one, and then meat at last I have put. When I came to Latvia, mm, the thing that appalled me was the extensive meat products that are there in all the grocery shops. We have big malls wherein they have all these different types of meat being um, exposed as the best, because meat is the maximum consumption that happens here. So then I was just checking what is the India is the least consumption of meat is least in India, and higher the GDP, the more the non-vegetarian food is being consumed. It is not only because it is a food choice, it is also because it has a huge impact on the climate change. So coming back to why Panchakarma is needed is we need to get rid of the and then NCD is responsible for 80% of preventable deaths. So we need to prevent. We have been speaking about cancer, and it is increasing 65% in aged population, processed meat, so on. Then coming back to why it is so different, Panchakarma is so different in India and so different in other nations. 365 days have been divided into 6 climates in uh, by Nature Earth in India, whereas in other countries like European countries, we have only 4 seasons: the spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Whereas here, as you can see, the 6 seasons. The day is also divided into 24 hours, but it is again different. Sorry. So we'll go to types of therapies in very brief way. Shodhana, Shamana, Shodhana, Daiva Vyapashraya. There are many different types, but Shamana is wherein you just give medication so that the condition stabilizes, specifies. And Shodhana is rooting it out and seeing that the disease don't recur. And Daiva Vyapashraya is a combination of many things. So, shamanism is a global phenomenon today, and that has come from the word shamana, the Sanskrit word shamana. It's very briefly putting, the panchakarma is 5, so it is called pancha karma. So, kaya virechana. As I have been telling you, through the nearest route, the toxic material are thrown out. So, kaya virechana. through urinogenital tract, and then Vamana is through the oral cavity. Sometimes when forcibly thrown out, it comes out from the nose and the eyes. Then Shirovijarechana is nourishing through the nose, detoxifying and nourishing through the nose. It just doesn't go to the nose, it goes to the higher faculty also. Then Raktamokshana is a very beautiful different type of detoxification, and I'll be speaking about that again. Then Basti is one very major type of Panchakarma. All these are major. Basti is like it's almost told us half the treatment is done by Basti. So we have, as per the season, we divide the Panchakarma. Who is contraindicated, who is eligible for Panchakarma, who should not be given Panchakarma. So we have different types of Panchakarma. Here, Rutucharya, Rutu Sandhi, Rutu Viparya are the words that we have to take into consideration, because today we speak a lot about climate change, and that is Rutu Viparya. Acharya say Rutu Viparya. Rutu is season and Viparya is the climate change. So Ayurveda meets all these challenges. So major types of climate in Europe I have put here. So it again depends on what about in India. We have different types of climatic zones. The hotspot, we have lots of herbs. God has bestowed a lot of flora fauna in India, and it is easier. And then we go to the preparatory phase. Before the Panchakarma, the 5 phases that I told you, we have to have a preparatory phase, which is a very important, most important phase, wherein you need to make the patient understand, not by just by chat GPT or your Instagram or Facebook. You don't understand what is actually Panchakarma. You need to understand by how the Vaidya is everything. Vaidya only needs to decide what should be the treatment, how it should be done, and why the preparatory phase. Purva Karma, it is called as Purva Karma. So Sankalpa, just as we begin any special auspicious program, yagna and all that, we have a oath taking. That is Sankalpa. We want to have best health. We want to start it with a prayer. Whatever is your religious belief, we start it with a prayer saying, yes, because I believe in this doctor and Vaidya, and we will follow exactly as told. So Deepana Pasana is to set right the condition. The digestive fire is to be set right, and then it is to be done. Preparatory phase and post Panchakarma is mandatory. Then we go to Snehana. Snehana is oleation. It could be both external and internal. So here we have lard, which is the fat of the pig, and then olive oil, which is very, very common, commonly utilized. And then we have external applications like Murda Tailas, Nasya, Tarpana, and all that. Later I will be describing a little bit about that. So for healthy people, in the rainy season, Tila Taila is recommended. In spring, Grita is recommended. Summer, Vasa and Majja. Vasa is the animal fat, and bone marrow is also advised. So as per the Satmya, what is your Satmya? What are you have never tasted ghee. You have never used ghee at all. You don't know at all. Then it is not advisable to start with ghee. So you have to understand olive oil is very commonly used, lard is very commonly used. These can be used in Snehana. Agni is the crucial factor to decide what should be the dose. So in Ayurveda, we have something known as um, Rasiyasi Matra. So what should be the dose? How much should be given? And what should be the dose to be increased? It all depends on each case. it should not be done on a bad day, like it is not climatically not suitable and all that. So we have Snehana, we have Ekanga Sweda, one particular part of the body is subjected to Snehana or Svedana. In European countries, because of the cold climate, sauna is very, very popular, and it is very much in awe today also. You can see that season dictates a lot of things. Then we go to the first Panchakarma, that is the Virechana. Acharya Charaka has put 600 herbs for Virechana. Why not one molecule? New molecular entity is not decided. He has put 600 with combinations and permutations and combinations, because we believe that one drug could be beneficial in multiple causes, but it is based on individuality, based on so many factors, which I'll be describing later. Decides the dose of the Virechana. See, a wrestler cannot be given the same dose because his weight is different, and acrobat cannot be given a different dose based on the weight. Weight does not decide the dose of the medicine in Ayurveda. Koshta decides the microbiome. You have to decide what is the capacity of uh, Virechana you can take. See, castor oil for a thin person is different. Castor oil, if given for a wrestler, will be different. Castor oil given to the whole family would be different. And this is one tablet wherein that is known as uh, one drug is sufficient to cause. Then you have one case I have put wherein it is a micro herpes zoster case, wherein this lady, we did telemedicine because of it was during the saying COVID time, and we did all this Virechana because this whole family comes to me for treatment for anything. So every time, every morning and evening, they sent me photos, and we decided what to be done. Here, Panchkarma, Jiraka was given, Trivrat Leha. All these articles have all been published. So if anybody is interested to understand what was the treatment we did and how this case was decided, you could definitely go through that article. So coming to why 600 um, uh, drugs or formulations have been described in Charaka is because, see, I have put a cartoon here like an elephant, a monkey, a crow, or a whale. All cannot be given the same medicine, or it cannot be given the same food. So it becomes very unscientific if somebody says, just because you are diabetic, you're all given the same medicine, whether you are from Sudan or whether you are from Mysore, whatever. Eskimo is also given the same. It doesn't take into consideration what is your weight, what is your age, what is your climate. Whereas Ayurveda is much more scientific. It will decide and tell you what should be. Triphala we have been speaking about. Triphala, which has also got Haritaki, is seasonal. Ritu Haritaki. As per the season, Haritaki is decided and given. We have Icha Bedi Rasa, as I showed you here. It is remotely controlled by the Vaidya. So we have highly scientifically evaluated formulations. So whole person medicine is the management Ayurveda is well known for. Here, one more case I have put. This is also published. So, hepatitis B case, wherein we had this case on the first day, it was like this, and you can see the last day, what was the condition of the sclera and the urine, and what was the bilirubin, direct and indirect, and the uh, liver enzymes. So we have everything recorded. So Ayurveda can give complete relief, a negative result from HBsAg case. Then we have one more case here. Allergic conjunctivitis is something wherein people should prefer Ayurveda as the first choice, as in many cases. Virechana instead of Vamana, because it was a very small baby, like 6 months baby, and we started treating that. And the patient still comes to us for different things. The whole family comes. So we have a follow up of 3 years, and it has never recurred. Patient had recurrence. Patient was advised steroids. Patient was advised antihistamines. But because they chose Ayurveda, patient they we did Panchakarma as suitable to the baby, and we got good results. So coming to winter months, Padabhinga, then different types of sudations, keeping the body very warm, keeping the body as per the season is very important. Oil massage is the most important thing that is advised in winter months. The Padabhyanga, Shirobhyanga, Karnabhyanga, Sarvanga Abhyanga. Then Murda Taila is advised. Um, Then dishes that need to keep you warm. The speciality of Latvia that I have been noticing is they still have the local food habits, local thing. Turnips, butter, and pepper is used. These are some of the dishes that I have been finding in Latvia. Roasted dinner for turkey, water chestnut, then spring is something wherein it is very beautiful. So you have birch is very common in quite many places, and people drink the birch uh, sap. It is very commonly used in this season. Then ginger ale, ginger is extensively used. Then we have Vamana, which is not much popular in the West because of Vatabhuishta Pradesha. Because Vamana Vyapat could happen. Vamana is to be very, very cautiously indicated, looking at the indications and contraindications. A person from Kaya Chikitsa and Shalakya should approve. Okay, this person can undergo Vamana, only then Vamana can be done. This is one more case wherein it was a case of psoriasis. We did Vamana and Virechana and then Vamana, and patient follow up for 3 years. Patient is very happy, and so are we. We get a lot of cases like this for skin disease, different types of skin disease, and we need to do Vamana and Virechana. And this is to keep your summer cool. Again, it is from Latvia. You have different types of berries. You have uh, basil. You have different types of cucumbers. So rainy season, we have to be cautious and accordingly take care of. Common dishes in autumn, because food is satmia has to be considered. So we have to think of all that. Pumpkin pasta, Brussels sprouts, roasted Brussels. You have these type of food in autumn. Then we go to the very important, one more important panchakarma, that is detoxification by Basti. So it is not only detoxification, it also going to nourish, and then it can have reversal of aging. Vaji karoti. So the horsepower, the capacity of vigor and vitality will be increased. Krusham brumhayati. A person who is thin will become well nourished. Stulam karshayati. A obese person will become normal. Chakshu prinayati. There are multiple benefits by Panchakarma, by Basti. Basti is almost like we have thousands of neurological conditions. So Basti to be designed very well and then supervised, it would give wonderful results. So summer dishes of Europe I have put here again. Effect of Virechana, one more case study I have put. This is also published. One could look it up. Atopic dermatitis, wherein the biomedicine has not got a very promising result, whereas Ayurveda can give a very promising result, and the patient can become healthy and happy. Then we have, as I have been telling you, thousands of combinations. And then people think that Ayurveda has never changed. It has not, it is time tested. People have improvised. People in Charaka, the dosage was different. Chakrapani decided the dose and sing was different. See, when my great grandparents consumed ghee, it was in ladleful. They had like 50 to 100 ml per meal, whereas we will not be able to eat 50 to 100 ml per meal. We will be able to eat maybe 10 to 20 ml of ghee every day. So it again depends on the season, again on the kala. People have changed. Then you have here one more case of multiple sclerosis. When Basti was done, patient had no symptoms and no recurrence. Regression was noted. So Basti is like a miracle in these type of conditions. What are the restrictions during Panchkarma is you should not be angry. This is what has been taught in Ayurveda right from the beginning. There are two things. One is uh, what should be controlled, what should not be controlled. So, Dharaniya Vega, Adharaniya Vega. What should be controlled right from the beginning is anger, sexual activities, excessive sexual activities, day sleep, speaking. So, especially when Panchkarma is being done, you have to take care of all this. Then Shirovirechana, how it should be done is a nasal route to reach the higher qualities, faculty. Then the other one is leech application. Unfortunately, it is recognized as a medical device and FDA has approved this device, but India is not given the authority to supply leeches. A French company has been authorized to supply leeches. So, leeches, as you can see, right from the Dhanvantari age, we have leeches. So, this is the patent that we have, that Dhanvantari had leeches. So, it is very useful. It is best in kids, ladies, any age. And it is so beneficial. In so many cases, we could be preventing surgery. As in this case, I have put this case. It is a dacryocystitis case. You can read up the whole article, which is also published. So here you can see the leech, and you can see the patient healthy and happy. The lacrimal duct and the lacrimal system very healthy. So we have the follow-up of this patient also. It has never recurred. So here is what rules to be followed during Panchakarma. Then post-Panchakarma diet is very important. So what should be given after Panchakarma? Depending on the uh, types of Shodhana and the many types of Virechana or Vamana or whatever, then the dose should be decided, designed by the Vaidya. So right dose, right person, right time, given by the right person, right Vaidya. So all that very specific rules and regulations have been given by Acharyas. Matra Kala Vicharayan. Matra is the dosage and Kala is the season. Needs to be deciding what should be the Panchakarma. Then after Panchakarma, the most important is the one more important thing is Rasayana. Everybody knows about Chavanaprash. When you say Bhrigu Rasayana, most people don't know. So you want to have Sarvesantu Niramaya, then you have to have rejuvenation of the mind and body. And that is possible only by Panchakarma followed by Rasayana. Rasayana has got ample benefits, and here I have put brilliance of voice, vitality, honor, fame, experience of bliss. You have a big list which is too good to be ignored. Then Ayurveda is like an ocean of knowledge. It is like even after studying as a student, as a teacher, as a clinician, as a practitioner, I still feel that Ayurveda is yet I'm a student. So it is like trying to tell you about Panchkarma in 30 to 45 minutes is a big task. It's like this person sailing on the Atlantic in a small sailboat. So what I would like to say as giveaway is heal in India. Heal in India is easier because we have a huge list of herbs that we could give, and we have Ayush visa given by the government of India. So Ayush visa is for you to come to India, heal in India, take care of the wealth of India, the cultural, the in so many ways, India could be giving a lot of things. So it should be not a very small visit. It should be well designed to come and enjoy it. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shantala ji. That was a very informative and a marvelous presentation of your work that you have been doing, as well as and very insightful in a way that it holds the most important stuff of Ayurveda, which is the Panchakarma therapy, but in a right way, actually. As per my understanding, what do you think, like coming to Latvia, what do you think is a need of an hour for the people out there?
People need to understand more about Ayurveda. Ayurveda is not only yoga. Ayurveda is not only massage. Ayurveda is not only some simple herbal things that you give. It is much more than that. It is a way of life. When I first joined, I thought yoga here also, like most of the Western countries, it would be like only the hatha yoga, like heat yoga and those type of things. But to my surprise, the presentation, the topic that was given for the International Yoga Day then was the inner consciousness. The topic was understanding inner consciousness. So I spoke about inner consciousness as per the Ayurveda thing. To do such a presentation, it was a lot of work because it is a big challenge to be speaking about inner consciousness, and the whole lot of people who will be listening will be always eager to say, no, that is not what Ayurveda says. But I had to do a lot of work, and it was an eye opener for me also. So this in Latvia, it is more than 100 years old. Yoga parampara is a 100-year-old parampara here, and Swami Shivananda has been here in Latvia. So Latvia yoga, the specific 8 limbs of yoga are very popular here. But though we still say that people have um, uh, what do you say, small bits and topics, and they do different types of yoga, which might not be real yoga. But there are people who do real good yoga, the 8-limbed yoga.
And Shantala ji, what kind of Ayurveda do you find in Latvia? Like, do you see people practicing Ayurveda, or are there any Panchakarma centers over there? What is the Ayurveda glimpse that you get from Latvia, actually?
Yes. Now we have more than 50 products that have been registered in Latvia, Ayurveda products. So it is catching up. I have been giving consultations. I have been giving talks everywhere. So the interest of patients is very high. They want to know everything about India. They want to know everything about Ayurveda. They are very open for these type of talks and panchakarma. They want to get real genuine panchakarma. So people with multiple sclerosis come to me. People with very serious conditions also come to me. So consultation is giving me a lot of opportunities to interact with people of all ages. So that is a very good thing. We have been trying to do a lot of work on translating. The language is one issue here. Russian or Latvian mostly is the language. So most of the time when I meet patients, few people can speak English, can understand English, but most of the time I will need a translator to get it across. So that is the biggest issue. Apart from that, all else is fine.
Right, ma'am. As the panchakarma, which is the authentic panchakarma, as you mentioned, and we have got special herbs and medicines that we use over there, in our India for the panchakarma, which is the standard criteria, which is mentioned in the texts. How do you manage up with in Latvia if we need to give a detox? Like, what kind of an advice do you have for a person who doesn't want to go to a doctor, or he doesn't have any idea who is the physician whom I should go to, and still I want to have a seasonal panchakarma stuff? So can he take or she take at home all these things, or they
No,
should?
I would not advise, because that is happening. And that is the main reason why I said the Vaidya should decide what. I have taken Panchakarma while I was in India. So this was the ghee that they gave me. This was the dose. So they will use the same thing here in Latvia. But the season is totally different. The climate is not as same as in India. So taking the same dosage, same type of medicine can put the person into trouble. So it is not, I don't encourage it, but people who want to take it are taking it under my supervision. But we can only do very simple panchakarma. This concept that detoxification is panchakarma is very wrong, because it is much more than detoxification. We not only do detoxification when we do panchakarma, but we also nourish the mind and the body. So that is the most important difference between other detoxification and panchakarma procedures.
Right.
Creating a lot of awareness is the most important um, barricade that I've been trying to overcome. I think it will take time, but it is happening.
Okay. And ma'am, like if you see, basically in the Panchakarma, the procedures that are pre and post after that, we have a good dietary regime that we need to follow. And as you mentioned, that a lot of people are taking a non-vegetarian diet, which is staple meal in the country. So basically, how do people manage up with the thing? Because in that way, they are afraid, if I'm a non-vegetarian and I'm consuming an animal product every day, an animal product, in that way they are apprehensive that if I leave on some day I will have an issue. So what's your take on that, that if somebody has to go on a vegetarian diet or a diet like this while doing panchakarma, how will you what would you advise to people?
No. Luckily, most of the people who come to me are already vegans.
Okay.
They are into vegetarianism. A lot of yoga has made a lot of changes. But apart from that, if in case they come to me with being non-vegetarians, we start them on different types of non-veg. Mamsarasa is very much indicated in Ayurveda. Ayurveda is not only for vegetarians. Ayurveda is not only for Indians. Ayurveda is a global medicine. The previous speaker, Madam Deepti from Egypt, was so
yes.
profoundly speaking about it, and I was very happy. Ayurveda is not, and again, based on the Desha, Kala, and all that, when they have told, it is based on what type of non-vegetarian food could be used, what type of See, we have buckwheat, we have a lot of herbs which we could be using, but there are registered formulations here which we can use. So apart from that, we have a lot of spices, we have home remedies, as Dr. Nishit was speaking about different types of home remedies. Home remedies is my mainstay here. Apart from Panchakarma, Panchakarma is very limited, but home remedies and lifestyle changes is what I have been doing extensively in Latvia.
Please elaborate some of the home remedies and the lifestyle stuff. We would love to hear it, please.
See, like you have fennel, which is grown here also. Fennel is very commonly used, and you have ginger. Ginger is known as Vishwabheshaja in Ayurveda. Vishwabheshaja is for the whole world, it is the medicine. And for whole lot of herbal problems, uh, ginger is the medicine. So ginger for all seasons, as you can say, you start the meal with a piece of ginger, either with a little dipped into salt or with jaggery. So ginger is Vishwabheshaja. So ginger is found almost all in all places the world, but it again the ginger quality is different. Still, we advise ginger. Apart from that, we have different types of onion, leeks, asparagus, and we have garlic. Garlic as medicine, as food is what is very much I advise because of the neurological conditions. We have a lot of neurological conditions here. So garlic is very much advised. So you have these type of things, and then for the lifestyle changes, people are slowly getting educated as to what should be done, how to change their lifestyle and all that. Here, what is very common condition is one is obesity, the other one is alcoholism and smoking. So these are some of the things wherein we are trying to see how it could be controlled, but it all depends on so many factors like the Ukraine war that is going on. We have so many things to be considering. We have a lot of Ukrainian refugees coming over. So these are many factors which can uh, hamper our extensive spread of Ayurveda here.
Right, ma'am. Could you please, not taking a lot of your time, could you please tell us when you mentioned about the ginger that has to be taken with jaggery and stuff, what kind of ginger we should have, or and the garlic that you mentioned, like when we should take the garlic and in what form, in what way?
See, garlic is most of the time utilized in neurological conditions. You advise patient to fry a little with a little bit of ghee. We have a lot of Indian um, places wherein they sell Indian foodstuffs like ghee and all herbs and all that. So you advise the patient to fry garlic in ghee and then consume it every day for 40 days or so. Because they have been used to garlic, slowly we advise them to start using ghee. In case they have never used ghee, we tell them you can use it in lard, but first choice should be to do it in ghee or olive oil, and then take it. Then here, drinking milk is also an issue because people think milk could be causing lactose intolerance. So they always prefer plant-based milk like almond milk and peanut butter and all that. So it is we advise we when you see each case, it gives me adds my knowledge to how it is different to be treating uh, Westerners uh, in Latvia than what we were doing in India. In India, we have in Mysore, we had a lot of people coming from other parts of the country to learn yoga and Ayurveda with me. And when I was working in other parts of Europe, I have been exposed to these type of clinical cases. And if you have heard of Sridhar Kastore, he has a very big book on Panchakarma. And we had Pravrat Yadavji Trikamji Acharya. I was very fortunate to be having studied under them and learned a lot from them. So my knowledge is not only from the books, not only from the acharyas, but from Guru Kripa also. So it has helped me.
Right. And ma'am, so like you were mentioning about the milks, because there is no mention about, there's no reference of the coconut milk or rice milk in Ayurveda as such, or the soya milk or the other kind of milks that people consume in today's day. So how do you put that in an Ayurveda curriculum for an individual when they ask you that we want to consume only this kind of a milk?
See,
thank you.
Sushruta has been speaking about a lot about coconut and also about drumstick, because probably he has been either roaming around or he was from South India. He knows Shobhanjana, Shigru, and he speaks about um, uh, coconut. Coconut is narikela. So narikela, jala, narikela, milk, everything has been explained. After that, we have got all the other nigantus, Raja Nigantu, and so many other different nigantus. Present, the latest one being the Pruvat Sharma Nigantu. So from there, we get a lot of information as to what should be done, how it should be decided. And based on that, we can decide what to be done and what not to be done. And we were speaking about cancer in the previous thing. Therein, we have in these latest books, latest in the sense, say like 1,000 to 1,500-year-old books, the Nigantus, we have a list of what should be the diet and what should not be the diet given to cancer patients. So the knowledge is there. We need to get into that, dig out the knowledge and bring it out for the world to utilize.
That is so wonderful, ma'am. Thank you so much. And before you leave and we conclude the session, two last questions. What is your favorite meal and place in Latvia?
Favorite?
Meal. What food is favorite?
Of course, Indian meal. We get masala dosa, Mysore dosa, all that we get. And we have 4 or 5 Indian restaurants. And that is for two things. One is when you go there, you can meet a lot of Indians and speak in your language and speak in at least Hindi or local language. And then you get to know a lot of Indians. So these are my favorite joints here.
Ma'am. And the Heal in India program that you have been mentioning, I'm the nodal officer from my institute to in Heal in India program, basically. So I attend the meetings which are held by the government of Ayush time to time. It's a great initiative that is taken up by the government of India to promote healing of through Ayurveda and Ayush systems globally, which should be properly implemented and taken up. And it is a good opportunity for youngsters like us who are getting training under these kind of programs to take off these things on a global platform, to share up these things with everybody. And here we have the lovely Shantala ji with us for sharing her profound knowledge on Ayurveda, which gives us a real vibrance of the real knowledge and the bliss that Ayurveda holds. Thank you very much. Before we conclude, ma'am, any last message you have for our viewers who are listening to us around the globe?
Yes. When we were students, Ayurveda was a second grade medicine. Wow, who did not get Ayurveda, who did not get allopathy, were joining into Ayurveda. But then in the last 14 years, the royal patronage for Ayurveda has changed. We have got this opportunity only because the government has decided that Ayurveda should become global. And that was possible because of so many years of working for Ayurveda. So I was confident that we have a very rigorous way of being selected to come out as Ayurveda chairs. You would have seen Dr. Ish Sharma and me, and we have one more person who is. We could be having Ayush chairs, the previous Ayush chairs also coming onto this Heal Our Earth. That would be a wonderful platform for them to share their experiences. And I'm very happy to be on uh, this platform to be sharing my experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having us over here. Before we leave, Deepti, you have a message, please? Yes, please.
Namaste, global namaste. Thank you very much, Shantalaji. It was wonderful listening to you. I have heard about it that in Western medicines or something, they are experimenting or they're learning on a dead body. But in Ayurveda, it doesn't happen so. They are learning the Srishti, the Jivanam. What is the concept behind that? Why do they, I mean, are they saying that, I mean, why are they so much focused on Srishti or Srijan than the death? I want you to explain. I know it in a very, very lame manner. I want you to explain to us, as a doctor.
Such a beautiful question, madam. It is wonderful that you are asking like this. There are two different major types, branches in Ayurveda. One is the Dhanvantari Sampradaya, the other one is the Charaka Sampradaya or the Atreya Sampradaya. So Dhanvantari Sampradaya depends on surgical procedures, all the procedures. We have more of Tantra, the activities, whereas in the other one, we have the Panchakarma and all that. So in Sushruta Samhita, we have elaborate methods given as to how to understand the body by dissecting and then understanding each and every part. Minute microscopic layers of cells also have been described in Sushruta Samhita. It is simply marvelous. You'll be thinking that it is just a translation of the present day knowledge, but it is not so. It is there from Sushruta Samhita, and microscopic structures have also been described. Apart from that, we have various thermodynamics, like how to understand before you can do surgery, what should be done, how it should be understood, all that. So the science behind Ayurveda is something which the present day science is yet to understand. Ayurveda is beyond that. We have already been speaking about personalized medicine, but today personalized medicine is catching up. So coming to your question, exactly like Srushti, from Srushti, it comes to the latest, the gross, the subtle to the gross, the human being. So it is very different. Your understanding is very good. Ayurveda basic fundamentals are based on the darshanas. So darshana, what do you do? What do you see is darshana. So seeing beyond your eyes, not by eyes, but beyond the eyes is what is Ayurveda. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Shantanala ji. That was wonderful. Very nicely said. We learned a bit more about Latvia. We learned more about detoxing, which was beautiful. We will bring one of these sessions maybe in the wellness, well-being, where the audience profile is slightly different. You are doing wonderful job representing India and Latvia, and we want to involve more and more ideas. It's beautiful. Before we close and wind down, let's go to our technical director for a bit of summary, and then Amrita, you will be closing. Amrita, at this point, I'd like to say, well done. This was your first hosting at Healing Our Earth, and what a wonderful job you delivered.
Thank you.
And keep on doing the same thing, and let's bring in love, harmony, peace.
Thank you. I'm really happy to host Shantala ji. May you prosperous You're like a mother to me, and your blessings are much more needed. So may you prosper always. My
Always,
pranam to
always.
you.
And Shantanana ji is like a young mother because she only looks 40 plus VAT. And happy Mother's Day to everybody on the earth,
Thank you,
wherever you
thank you.
are. And Nishit, over to you, and then to Amrita.
Well, what a journey it has been in exploring the world of Ayurveda today. And in our special session, Ayurveda Special, Benefits of Ayurveda, we explored a variety of topics. And as we wrap up today's really enlightening event, we must extend our gratitude and thanks to the individuals who made this session so vibrant and enjoyable. So a heartfelt thanks goes out first to Professor Ish Sharma, who is our host and producer for this event, who navigated us seamlessly through an enriching exploration of the world of Ayurveda. Also our resident panelist, Vaidya Rajan Patankar, who offered valuable wisdom that deepened our understanding of Ayurveda. He's got some very good practical knowledge. Equally, we obviously appreciate the contributions of Dr. Amrita Sharma. You did a great job hosting as well as contributing onto the session today. We have our other esteemed panelists like Dipti Kataria from Ayurveda Vedanta. And we have, of course, Pallavi GK. Both of them shared their expertise and delivered some profound insights into the well-being of the body and mind. And of course, last but not least, we've got Professor Shantala Priyadarshini, who gave us an excellent overview of the seasonal Panchakarma detox. So to all our contributors, including the people who joined in through the WhatsApp chats and through the online channels where you are asking questions, your unique perspectives and questions have truly enriched today's session. But that is not the end. As we look ahead, I'd like to invite you all to join us next week at Sunday, 2 p.m. British Summer Time for another fun-filled session where we will be celebrating World Baking Day. So whether you're a seasoned baker or you're just a beginner, somebody like me who just likes enjoying cakes, then it promises to be a tasty treat for everybody. So mark your calendars. Let's continue learning, exploring, and embracing the joy of our shared interests together. So until then, from me, stay healthy and delve deeper into the amazing world of Ayurveda. Over to you, Dr. Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nishitji. That was really wonderful. Thanks to you all basically for making the session very, really encouraging. Thanks to Neilji, who has been putting up his tremendous efforts all the way, all the time in the sessions to make them really vibrant and bring in so much information from the people and taking them out and plugging them off. And therefore, I would also like to thank all the listeners and the viewers who have been listening to us, and we'll be sharing with you much more knowledge, which is very informative, bubbly, sharing in many, many forms, because the idea of wellness is not just one, it's about everything. So watch us on the next coming Sunday for the bakery show. So let's rock and share a lot of other kind of dishes that and the things and the pies and the cakes that you can relish on the table each day. So thank you. Before we conclude, I would like to chant the Gayatri mantra for everybody. And with those notes, so that you can have a good, beautiful day and a beautiful night forward. So I would request everyone to close their eyes. Put the hands together with a calm mind. Taking a deep breath inside. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात्। ॐ